trucks, full Cobra Kai interview. Huh. I'll have to watch earlier. No, I think he was dropping off poles in, I think it was Fresno or something. Looked like it was, at least. And it's on his way back up to Stockton when I went offline. He's still online now for those of you guys who are watching, who like to watch him. Alright, now let's see. We are in Willcox, Arizona, we'll go to Ehrenberg with this part. Right before California. Park it there for 30 minutes and then run the rest of the way into Fontana afterward. Okay, we got a winner here. Let's see. August 2020. So I got some semi-updated stats on our driver population here. It's definitely going down on the experience. It's trending down at least. Oh. We go to the filter, so I have everybody in there. Okay. This should have put that up here. 8/2020. 36 and 4.53. Median is 3.18. My trash. Rid of some of this extra shit I don't need in here and get rolling before long. sounds like somebody's not using it. Hey, James. Messages. Unfortunately, my DM has resigned, so I got reassigned to a new one today. I've heard really good things about her, though. Actually, she was just DM of the month a couple months ago, so that's a plus. I didn't get a chance to spend a lot of time working with them because I was with a different DM who I only moved to him because my other DM had quit. So the fact that he resigned, it's unfortunate. It makes you wonder what kind of stuff's going on over there. I don't know if it's some kind of difficult management situation there or a pay issue or what, but when I see experienced drivers, experienced DMs like Scott leave, because he used to be a driver and was the trainer DM. He would train the other DMs, and I don't know, something. I guess he got a little overwhelmed or something. I don't know, maybe something else, but. Was responding to my messages like she was handling my board and then somebody else was handling it in the second half of the day. I'm like, that's weird. Usually when a DM is gone for, let's say, half a day or whatever they're doing, they'll have like another particular DM who will cover their board for them while they're gone, and then they kind of help each other out. So, let's say if it was Scott and maybe Scott and Jen or something. Then if Jen was gone, Scott would handle Jen's board, and then if Scott's gone, then Jen would handle Scott's board, kind of thing. I don't think that's it's not really how the two people who kind of co-op there, but that tends to be how it is. Oh, you're gonna ditch us, huh? Well, at least you waited long enough for me to get my last $500 bonus out of your ass. Also, Andy Higgins, I don't know if he's going to see this, but the tractor pulling that trailer is Andy's old tractor. Now, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. It's kind of disappointing to hear that, but at the same time, like I say, you got to do what's right for you. Let's see, you had your court date today, didn't you? So I'm thinking maybe the court hearing had something to do with that. I hope. Kind of that way it's that way it doesn't leave any. Okay, so it was the court? Oh well. No, I guess I don't know. I'll get some detail from you when we're rolling. Second. Okay, so I keep data track on. I'm kind of tracking trends with our driver ranks here. Get an idea. Come on. Oh, tomorrow's your court date. Okay, so this is how many drivers we've had over each month with at least a year of experience. So as of as of August at least, it's dropping. It went down from 550 in April to 536. Actually, but the average amount of experience the drivers have is more. So it means the ones that are here longer are staying long, but the ones with maybe 1 or 2 years of experience are not staying as much. And I'm pretty sure the fuel surcharge concern and cutting the pay for a bit probably had a lot to do with that. I mean, And I said there are pros and cons to the way that the lease thing works here, because if you do a traditional lease, you might only pay $650, $700, $750, whatever a month in truck payments, no matter how many miles you run. And what happens here is if you have a negative week, you're going to have a more largely negative week. Or let's say if you don't run at all. But then on the weeks where you do run, if you're constantly running like 3,000 plus miles, you're going to get larger paychecks because of it. But most of those kind of lease contracts also have a balloon payment at the end where you might have to pay $25,000 or whatever it is in order to take over ownership of the truck. And then they tend to have sometimes they'll have a deal there where you can make payments to pay off the balloon payment. But here, you don't pay as much when when you're not moving, you're not getting paid miles. But then when you do get paid more miles, the truck payments are larger. So it's basically the best way I can describe it is it's a less volatile type of pay system. You're not going to get paid as much, generally speaking, on a good week as you would in a traditional type of lease contract, but you're also going to not be as negative on the weeks that you don't run. And on top of that, the more you run, the faster you can pay the truck off. And on top of that, it's when you do pay the truck off, it's just, is your maintenance account in the black? If so, then just give us $1 and we'll give you the transfer. We'll transfer the title to your name. It's that easy. Alright, so Cody, you're leaving. We'll get some detail from you when I get on the road, I guess. So the plan for today, I'll probably make an intermediate stop in Eloy or somewhere in that ballpark, probably just for a restroom drink kind of break, and then run from there to Ehrenberg to end this stream here. And then I'll do a 30-minute break there, and then I'll do another stream to go from Ehrenberg to Fontana. And probably be in Fontana around, I was originally thinking about 10, but probably going to be a little bit later than that because I'm getting rolling a little bit later. I was busy eating lunch and whatever. Screwballing around for a little bit because I can. Alright. Simple gauges, and then once UPS gets out of my way, I'm going to work my way over to where he's coming in from. Come on, dude. What are you doing? I want to roll. Yeah, Cody, I don't know what the real motive is there. Is if you haven't had the court date yet, I'm just a little bit concerned that maybe you're making the right decision just at the wrong time or something. And you can't just quit over one or two assholes, because you can go to Super T or somewhere else and find yourself dealing with the same kind of people, and then what? You're gonna have those same kind of people everywhere you work. I don't want to question your decision. It's you got to do what's right for you, but I'm just at the same time I do kind of. Hey, you're like my kid. So, I want to see you succeed and do what's right for you, or what's best for your needs, and just not completely sure that making that decision today when your court date is tomorrow necessarily the best time to make that decision yet. probably bypass Phoenix and take 85, I-8 and 85 up to 10. Because I really don't want to deal with the Phoenix area on a weekday afternoon. Ehrenberg to Fontana stream will probably be during hours of darkness. Trying to call me while, earlier while I was on my off time. I know I'm not a fan of talking on the phone when I'm if I know if I have reason, they're going to be kind of short and to the point and, hey, accomplish a purpose, but chit chat, no. Do the chit chat with me while I'm driving. Tight, and probably be some chit. Hey, how's it going? Uh-oh. What's happening? Oh, ouch. Okay, so this is a 10 speed then. No. Yeah, that's in and out. Okay, so they merged with CFI. Oh, okay. For them, or okay, okay. Hopefully it works. Hopefully it's good for you guys. Yeah. Hard to figure out. Won't run without popping the circuit breaker every couple minutes. Then there's something wrong with this picture. Sounds like it. Yeah, exactly. I've seen that a lot of times. Yeah. If I just shut the fuck up and do your job and check to see what the problem is. In Atlanta. uh, Stay outside the 285 loop and you might have a chance. Yeah, we're off 285. Oh my. Yeah, sounds like they have a personality clash with you, and just everything you do is a pain in the ass to them or something. Yeah, yep. And then, damn. You know, that transmission problem you have, it had, that kind of makes me wonder about it because, you know, what'd you originally take it in for? Like years? Dummies. Well, when I hear that it won't go into fourth, fifth, ninth, or tenth all at the same time, I'm thinking it's not the transmission, but maybe the shifter linkage. I kind of wondered if they did any fault isolation by, say, maybe disconnecting the linkage for the shifter, for the input side from the transmission to see if they can duplicate it when it's not hooked up. Yeah. I mean, well, but see, to me, the comment because fourth, fifth, ninth, and tenth are all on the left on the right hard wall. So it sounds to me is not allowing it hard wall, and well, you can't get into and the transmission. That's something in the linkage jamming, binding it up, not allowing it to get over there. Yeah. Wish I could help. Exactly. Yeah, it'd be one thing if it was just a pain in the ass DM or planner or something, but when he's partial owner of the company, it's kind of a yeah difficult situation to deal with there. Yeah, 45. Yeah, 45. You mean 46? Maybe that's a newer version. I don't know. Right? And then that's my concern. I like the overall interface of it, and it's overall a really good camera. And actually, between my two dash cams, the audio quality on my Garmin is better than the audio quality on my Pinnacle, but the video quality of my Pinnacle is better than the Garmin. I just fucking pamper. I just passed him not long ago, and then he back up going down the hill. Yeah, I can see why you're saying that. Yeah. Well, and experience tells that that's probably what will happen, but I'm like, well, so long, sucker. Ex- Exactly. Okay. Cool. See ya. Okay. Hi, you too. Uh huh. Uh huh. Give it to me, baby. Yeah. What? Yeah. I was at the TA in Willcox, closest to the building. Yeah. 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 Because and I remember driving down no, Arizona 87 from Payson down toward Mesa when I remember crossing paths with that guy before. Yeah, then I saw it over at the mothership. I don't know, a few months ago. And I think again not too long ago, and then again today. It was all right. Yeah, I had to wait about four plus, actually a little over 4 hours to get a dock door. But it's all right. Yeah, come on, Rizzo, bark at him. It's like Rizzo saying, "God, you're so fucking annoying."
What are you doing? $80,000 or 8,000? Oh, yeah. I was like, shit, man, sign me up. I'm there. I was like, fuck, I can do those 2,000 miles and then take the rest of the year off. Oh, come on. You want to take that late load to California? Yeah, vacation to California. Yeah. You can go over to Linda Bass's place and roast them. No, but her family, I guess, is I think they evacuated or about to, getting prepared to evacuate because there's a fire over in that area coming toward them. Uh, she said it was like still 20 miles away though. I'm like 20 miles. That's a pretty good distance. But yeah, some of them, yeah, especially when fires can actually create their own weather systems that feed them. Yeah. You've heard of a fire NATO, right? Yeah, I've experienced the fiery ass. Yeah, 'cause the fire itself actually causes it. Yeah, fuckers need to rake the leaves more. I'm messing. I'm kidding about that. What that thing that Trump said about how California, Cal Fire, whatever, they're not doing enough, or U.S. Forest Service isn't doing enough to clean up all the ground, so there's not so much fuel there. They do control burns. They just not so well known. I've seen it quite a few times. They don't do it. I mean, they're not well known for doing it, but uh, yeah, they're more about weed abatement also, where like keep at least 30 feet of space around your property clear, stuff like that. How many people like that? Yeah. Yeah, that's what my ex-wife and my kids had to do. Just actually, they just got settled in Oklahoma City a couple days ago. Yeah, temporarily, because they were trying to get places to live over there earlier, but then nobody would rent to them. But they said you have to be physically signed because there's too many. I guess there are too many fraud cases where people sign bullshit leases or whatever. So yeah, so they had to go out there first and then stay. They're staying in a hotel room, and then they're going to look at where to settle in at. Uh, Damn. I forget where were you looking anyway? I remember you had that like St. Joe, St. Joseph, Michigan. Okay, okay, kind of fitting location for you. We're gonna just wait for either try to outbid people or just kind of wait for the market to cool a little bit and then go for it. Okay. Don't have any. I know some people are losing jobs, and then they just had the unemployment report come out today, and it was a little higher than what they were expecting. They were only expecting like 850 something, and what it really was 880 something. 880 some odd thousand. They were expecting 854,000 or something like that. So there were more than expected initial claims. And I'm not surprised because I have friends who work at MGM Grand in Las Vegas or did work there until recently. Yeah, they had, well, because a lot of people got furloughed, but then now, but yeah, a whole bunch of people there at that hotel got their marching orders to disappear. Yeah. Ah, that's Andy. Let's see. Was he picking up a load? Or I think he's on his way to deliver a load, whatever, and then supposed to be picking up another one and head back, I guess, to Michigan or something like that with it. Didn't run much detail, but it's kind of what he's up to. And, ironically, I just saw his old JCT truck when I left the parking lot. This is going to be an annoying trip into Tucson, isn't it? Hills, I'm kind of playing back and forth games with some of these other trucks. Hey, Amber. So you guys saw a blue Peterbilt JCT truck on I-40 today. Is that what I'm understanding? Wasn't me. Kind of wondered if it's the guy I just swapped with last week.
beginning of my day in Benson this morning, but I was starting to get pre-migraine auras a little bit before I got to Willcox, and I'd already driven enough miles for my desire, so I decided to hell with it. I'm going to go ahead and shut down on Willcox instead. And get some sleep, and the sleep is often a contributor to the migraine auras. Come on, damn it. Hurry up, you're going to let that other truck get back in front of me. No, he's going to let me over anyway. Nobody close, no gaps on me. Alright, again, let's see, I'll be in Tucson about a little more than half an hour from now. Looks like about 14:45 local. And it's no more than a 2-hour drive from Tucson to Phoenix. Actually, an hour and a half, so yeah, that would put me in Phoenix right during the rush hour time, so pretty certain I'm going to go ahead and take Interstate 8 and Arizona 85 up to bypass Phoenix. Just don't want to have to deal with whatever might be in store in the Phoenix area today. Scott, and yeah, hey, how you doing? Best to call me Scott, not Scotty, because I was having the same problem. Both actually, me and Scotty were having the same problem on his stream earlier today. I was watching Scotty's stream, and then someone was on there saying, "Hi, Scott." I'm like, are you talking to me or to Scotty? Because Scotty's the one whose stream you're watching, but I'm on here chatting, but I don't know who you're talking to, because you could be saying hi to the person who's got the stream running. It's best to make a distinction. Just call me Scott. I've never gone by Scotty. You can call me asshole if you want to, I don't care. Or shithead or whatever. Come on. where I could be on the 91. Like say when I was just in Compton a week or two ago. Something I always like to, like sometimes when I'd stay with my girlfriend and then I'd have to drive over to the base to work in the mornings, it was real easy because I'm going the opposite direction of everybody else, so I could just go zipping across the 90.
Hey, what's up? You're in Winslow? Yay! You're doing your 30, aren't you? Yay! I go poop. Yay! Ending your shift at? I would say Moriarty. How much time do you have left on your drive clock? Sure, whatever you said. Did you say 5:39? I don't know how I figured that out because it's the audio is freaking horrible. Okay, so 5 times 55, that's 300 minus 25. What's that? 275 plus you said 30. That what? No, what were the minutes left? 39. Okay, so about 310. So if you're in Winslow, you're a little over 100 miles out, 105 out, and then it's just a hair under 200 miles across New Mexico to get to Moriarty. So yeah, it's right in the right ballpark. 300 miles, you should be able to reach Moriarty as long as there aren't any traffic delays. Where you at? Flying J? Okay, no, it's 105 miles to the New Mexico line because it's mile marker 360 or 359 is actually the last real mile marker, but it's close to 360 by the time you cross into New Mexico. So it's 105. So 310 minus 5, that is 05. About to get. And in reality, if you're running 65 the entire time, you'll actually find that you can cover more distance than what you're trip planning for. That's just more of a how I'll plan on getting here at best, but if I can get further, if I want to go further, and if I can go further, I'll go, great, but at least tentatively, I'll plan on this spot. Yeah, you're going to be more flat the rest of the way there, though. You'll have a couple little, like I would call them small hills in western New Mexico, and then you'll have Tijeras Pass to climb between Albuquerque and Edgewood. But Tierra's past is only like 4% grade or something like that. It's not going to slow you down that much. Uh-oh. How'd they do that? Okay. Still be at. Uh, all right. So I'm gonna let you go. All right, that sounds good. You too. Bye.
Alright, James is in Winslow, Arizona, doing his 30-minute break right now. Of course, those you guys might remember, he's on his way to Nashville to trade in his truck for a newer one. And getting really close to the east end of Tucson now. I can drink pretty much any time of day, but I'm a casual drinker. I don't like getting drunk anymore. And as a general rule, it's kind of like you, Clueless. I like having a casual drink, in the evening before I go to bed or something. Yeah, it makes me maybe just a little bit relaxed and lightheaded or whatever, and more, I guess at ease and wanting to fall asleep. I don't like having enough to where I get drunk, but just enough to get that, that little ready to go to bed feeling. See if we got anything going on here in cut in front of me to get off the freeway at Colt Road. Evidently, at least this guy is. These guys are so predictable. Boneyard over here, I'm going to say the east end of the boneyard's over here off Colt Road. Also known as Aerospace Maintenance Regeneration Group. Video I posted the other day. Yeah, how stupid can you be? And then the light turned green not too long after he did it too. Tucson Airport. Interstate 8. There's a good chance stop in Eloy for drink refill, whatever. Traffic through here really doesn't seem very bad. I mean, it's a pretty good amount of it, but a lot of times I always feel like I get trapped in the right lane behind some idiot and can't get over without blocking a bunch of faster vehicles. But most of the traffic out here is doing very similar speed to myself, and for the most part I don't have any problem at all keeping space in front of me. I like this. Same video you're talking about that I did, there's one on there of a pickup, I think it was, passing other vehicles on the right, using the right shoulder to pass them up ahead of me as I was on my way to Seguin for a pickup. Okay, so you stayed home, but basically your dash cam footage that's in the car that your family was using picked it up, and now you're trying to find it. Oh yeah, if you go to that video, go to the description. I have timestamps in there to tell what happens at each timestamp, or what you're looking for at every timestamp, whatever. And yeah, there's one there where I'm eastbound on I-10 between San Antonio and Seguin, and it was a pickup that passed two different vehicles on the right shoulder. It's not the easiest to tell because they were a little bit further up the road, and of course dash cams are designed for a more short field and wider view. They're not really designed so much for a longer distance view. Like if it was on my I think I zoomed in to help give a better idea of what was going on there. Had I not zoomed in, I'm not sure that really anybody would have really figured out what was going on there. Yeah, I didn't really want to get next to this crowd here, but this guy looks like he's getting off the freeway anyway, so I would have normally waited till a little bit later, but yeah, it looked like most of that crowd was going to get off here at Grant Road. Said, why not? I'll just go ahead and take a chance. Move over. Miracle Mile, Highway 77, coming up half a mile. Memories of my time here. Some good, some bad. Overall good, but the bad memories I would say are my own doing though. So I can't say I don't want it to sound like Tucson was bad. With his trailer. difficult to get through. Actually, not at all. It moved pretty nicely. It was just that one little construction area where it seemed like some people slowed down a little more than they really needed to. told Brian the other day when he asked me, said, hey, we got a bunch of brand new Freightliners in now. If you're in, let me know if you want to upgrade. I'm like, no, not if it doesn't have a manual in it. Marana. Just north of Tucson now. In the city of Marana. You will never go to a Freightliner. You hate Freightliners, huh? Let's go to a shed room. Not if it's a night shift. And not if it has all the problems that some of the newer KWs seem to have had.
white to many. I'm black. This is what white people say to me. Huffington Post 8 hours ago. I am a black woman who for most of my life has often been mistaken for white. And I'm here to tell you that for 4 decades white people have openly, even sometimes proudly, expressed their racism to me, usually with a wink and a smile, all while thinking I'm white too. The incidents pile up, year after year, at a friend's wedding, when I met a new roommate, at the grocery store, while riding in a taxi, and during innumerable other events from daily life. As the nation begins, finally, to focus on the social injustice that takes place across this country, from the south where I grew up to the north where I've lived for the past 22 years, I feel the collective pain. Even as a very fair-skinned black woman with green eyes and light brown hair, I too, have experienced racism. But I've also been a fly on the wall when white people didn't know anyone of color was looking or listening. Imagine taking a car service to Newark Airport for a business trip, and the driver, a retired white police officer, tells you and your white boss that were he still a cop, he would pull over the black driver stopped next to us just because he is black. Or the white taxi driver who, during a business trip in the South, freely shares broad generalizations about groups of people, looking to either find a kindred soul or spark a debate with a northerner, one who he thought was white. Put yourself in my shoes when you move to Reston, Virginia, temporarily while you wait for your apartment to become available in Alexandria, and your new roommate, a young, white man, one who was biracial at his friend's wedding, and one of the guests states he doesn't want his daughter going to a particular concert because there will be way too many black people. How do you respond to something like this? How do you respond while at a social gathering where etiquette suggests politely smiling, or at least pretending not to have heard? There's the executive who asks, "Is this the ethnic Cheryl? When I wear my hair curly rather than straight?" What about the random stranger in the grocery store who can't understand the texture of my son's hair and repeatedly asks questions about my background while putting her hands all over my son's head? Imagine the district retail manager who balks at hiring a black model for a fashion show I'm in charge of planning, despite the store having a diverse customer base. She is just not right for this crowd, if you know what I mean. I knew, but she didn't know, that maybe I'm not right for her crowd, either. Then there are the many women who, once they realize I'm black, want me to help them understand black people because they really haven't had any exposure, as if we are some type of rare species and I'm their spokesmodel. Some instances I hope are not coming from a place of hate, but rather incorrect assumptions based on too little information and a too fast glimpse at my face. The medical records that say white instead of black. The doctor who doesn't understand why I'm asking questions related to genetic conditions that are more common to particular ethnic groups. The employee file that doesn't count me as one of their diverse hires. The committee that doesn't realize they have a person of color represented. The performer who asks why don't we have any black people in the audience tonight while looking directly at me, seated right in front. And yet, it still hurts. Whether in my personal or professional life, rather ironic, since I work in the field of philanthropy, diversity, equity and inclusion, this is the type of fear, ignorance and lack of self-awareness that I have witnessed and experienced for over 40 years. I'm 51, and I'm exhausted. I'm tired of weighing, each time, whether I am going to say something in response to these hateful statements because I must continue to advocate for what is right, or if I am going to walk away because I'm just too damn tired. Or stay silent, while gaining more insight into what really is on the minds of some when they don't think a black person is listening. But do I really need any more insight? Any more proof of what some will say or do if they think no one's watching? Does it really matter if I'm living in the South or now in the North? In a city or suburbs? At work or running errands around town? At a social event or on public transportation? When it's clear from my own experiences and the indifferent attitude toward the suffering of others, spotlighted these last months but enacted for years, decades, centuries before, that some of those same people don't even care when the eyes of the world are on them. Yes, I'm exhausted, but I must act. When I hear racist comments clearly meant for white ears only, I have to stay, I have to stand, I have to speak up, challenge, identify myself, educate. I must walk with my fair-minded brothers and sisters of every color to call out racism whenever I see it and do my part to make this a more just world. And I must say, I'm black too. Cheryl Green Rosario is working on a memoir about her experiences as a light-skinned black woman often mistaken for white. Do you have a compelling personal story you'd like to see published on HuffPost? Find out what we're looking for here and send us a pitch.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that people have to go to it. Really, everybody out here deals with racism to some degree. Whether it's overt or accidental like that, whatever. Fucked up that people have to go have to hear that kind of bullshit from people. Like, I got a pretty good number of black friends, and I had one particular I went to school with. I ended up unfriending him over something he said that was, in my opinion, very racially insensitive. He
got one rolling up their back door. Alright, now they can't get me for that. I already got a warning for it.
That was pretty smart.
After he let me go, he fucking flipped you. He bumped all the way.
Shouldn't at least wait for the container truck to move over.
Yeah, I remember the great. Whoever's talking got a shitty ass fucking right there.
That must be the other nice thing about Interstate 8 is won't have as much traffic on it as there is here.
Jerry Jones dramatically shifts position on national anthem and kneeling, and it's just what players wanted to hear. Sportscasting yesterday. Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones has been clear from the start where he stood on kneeling during the national anthem since Colin Kaepernick first did it in 2016. Been a conversation on systemic racism and police brutality in a growing movement that has included protests, demonstrations, and sports boycotts. The NFL has completely flipped on its original position from 2016. Jones, however, has been more ambiguous on his stance when asked by the media in recent weeks. Until now, and it's something players have been waiting to hear. Jerry Jones on kneeling back in 2017. Colin Kaepernick first took a knee at the beginning of the 2016 season. The subject of kneeling remained mostly quiet for the better part of a year until President Trump raised the issue at the start of the 2017 season. At that time, he suggested that NFL owners respond to the players by saying, "Get that son of a bitch off the field right now. He's fired." NFL owners did respond. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones, unsurprisingly, was one of the most vocal. He was quite outspoken and clear on where he stood on the kneeling during the national anthem. "We cannot in any way give the implication that we tolerate disrespecting the flag," Jones told the Dallas Morning News. "We know that there is a serious debate in this country about those issues, but there is no question in my mind that the NFL and the Dallas Cowboys are going after George Floyd's death, and less than 24 hours after a group of NFL players produced a video calling on the league to address racism and black people's unjust treatment, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell responded on social media. "We, the NFL, condemn racism and the systematic oppression of black people. We, the NFL, admit we were wrong for not listening to NFL players earlier and encourage all to speak out and peacefully protest. We, the NFL, believe Black Lives Matter." Many believe Goodell's video fell short because it lacked an apology directly to Colin Kaepernick. That changed in August when the commissioner expressed remorse and apologized to the former 49ers quarterback on Emmanuel Acho's YouTube series, Uncomfortable Conversations with a Black Man. "The first thing I'd say is I wish we had listened earlier, Kype, to what you were kneeling about and what you were trying to bring attention to," Goodell bluntly admitted. Jerry Jones dramatically changes position. In recent weeks and after months of unusual silence, Jerry Jones finally joined the conversation on social justice issues in mid-August. While Jones has always tried to give off the impression he is supportive of his players, his stance and words have always been more reflective of someone trying to appease his fan base. In a Friday radio interview on 105.3 The Fan, when asked about the national anthem and what he expects from his players, Jones answered with a much different tone than the past few years. "If our players are there, they are sensitive to and respect what America is as it relates to the flag. I'll assure you that. I'd hope that our fans, and I think they will, understand that our players have issues that they need help on. They need help from the majority of America. And we want to be an agent of that." Jones' shift in viewing kneeling during the anthem from the players' perspective is important. But make no mistake about it, Jones calling out his fan base and asking them to support the players beyond what they do between the white lines is significant as well. To his credit, Jones is trying to open his eyes and those of his fans to viewing the situation from a different perspective. It will be intriguing to see if Cowboys fans actually do it. Article 142 of 159. Convicted Mexican drug lord El Chapo.
You know, particularly with me being a vet, I really don't want to see kneeling when the flag's being displayed and honored. Nothing against when anybody has a view on that now. Something I always was taught from the military. If you don't like the way something is done, just do it and then express your concern and then come up with a better solution. In other words, if you have a problem with the national anthem because of some certain lyric that nobody ever even sings, come up with a better option. Come up with a different song that is more agreeable to everybody. People are making those efforts, because I know there was at least one song that was proposed to replace the anthem. Now, I don't personally think it's the right option, but it's not a bad idea. It's at least the right direction where somebody here, we don't like the anthem, let's come up with something better. Here's what we have to propose as the solution to it. That's the most productive way to deal with you about what some of the history behind the national anthem that we're using now. They can't even agree on stuff. So that does make me wonder, even if they do come up with something more agreeable, or more agreeable to everybody, whatever, are we still going to be in a position where someone's going to say, yeah, I don't like it, I'm going to take my ball home or something? I really don't know. Yeah, I'm all for having an anthem that is more racially agreeable. I guess that'd be the right way to term that. I just don't want to see people kneeling in front of the flag. When I'm supposed to be saluting it, or standing at attention for it, I don't want to see you kneeling. If you want to do that shit, go inside. Be in a spot where you can't be seen, and don't worry about it. Or if that is an issue, just don't even play the national anthem at sporting events. How else do we go about this and encourage people to get along more instead of be divisive and arguing and stuff about things like this that shouldn't be happening? I'm going to go ahead and stop real quick at the pilot here for my quick break, and then start right now. Then we're less than 10 miles away from Interstate 8. As mentioned, I'm expecting I'll be going through the Phoenix area right in the middle of the commute time, so I'm going to avoid that area. So I'm going to take 8 over to State Route 85, and then take 85 up. I've even put some thought into taking 8 all the way over to Highway 86, over by Calexico, and then take 86, or I guess 111 and 86, whatever you want to call it, up. But I think that's more miles if I remember right. Kind of leaning toward stopping, toward taking 8 and 85. This guy turning. Yeah, he is. I could see him through my hood mirror, and I could tell there was a truck there. I just couldn't tell if he was turning or going straight. Yeah, I do invite you guys' thoughts on that, though. So if you guys create any kind of like race war kind of stuff here, just if you guys think if you have a good idea more so on what will actually work that can please everybody. Alright, Terry, I-40 Kingman to Needles. Buzz Road, make that southern loop rather than going straight. Yeah, it's a good question, because you got the highway that goes over to Laughlin and Bullhead City, the one that Scotty always likes to take, over in that neck of the woods. So, that's more straight route. Alright, hang tight. Be back. sanitizer on my hands and kind of squirted out in multiple directions and onto my shorts. Not a very happy camper about that. That's alright. I got a blue Freightliner. Oh, you know what? Forgot I gotta check my deer guard. Blue Freightliner JCT over there to the right. Oh yeah, I bet it did. I was even thinking that too. Had a certain other thing in mind about that. When I said it, but I'm like, yeah, let's try to be somewhat PG-13 here. Sanitizer, but like I said, when you got my wife and my dirty mind involved, it's never PG-13. Movie, but you can't cuss. How dumb is that?
radio's working.
I know Anaheim has one.
I say, yes, sir, that radio is working.
I said Anaheim has one.
Al, I hear you loud and clear. What was that? Yeah. Oh, you didn't hear that part? Oh, okay. Okay, so I said the visual I got was kind of like when you get through doing it, and then you holster it, and then go back and go use the restroom, and then when you go to pee, it sprays out in different directions. Yeah, that's the visual I got, and since I got it, everybody else has to get it too. Only a guy would understand that. I freaking. What is up with this guy on the right shoulder? I can't figure it out. I don't know whether to pass this flatbed or not because that freaking guy on the right shoulder, I can't tell if he's stopped or moving. Yeah, now he's starting to move. Like, trying to stay clear so so Melton can move over it if he needs to, and then all of a sudden the freaking SUV starts moving, and then they stop again and they move again. Like, come on, dude, make up your mind. Of course I am. She's a pain. She's a pain in my butt too. Okay. Yeah, you told me about that because the brownout. Okay. Uh. Okay. Okay. Brilliant. I'm just talking about your thing. No, it's brilliant. Don't give a shit about ice cream because I just had to bypass getting Dairy Queen. Because that pilot I just stopped that has a Dairy Queen. I'm like, you know what? I've already had as much food as I've had today. I better not. But I was so tempted. What is? Well, Bill and Ted Face the Music came out. I want to watch it, but it's yeah, pretty much went straight to video because of the movie theater problem. Alrighty, I just got on Interstate 8 right now. No. I thought you were on old US Route 66. Whatever you said, okay. Okay, yeah, you definitely need to get back on there. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot more bearable than what it's been. I got 92 degrees here in Casa Grande. Yeah, and it's been nice not having to run my truck just to stay comfortable the last couple of days. Just, of course, so he could play with Remy and Tyler. Okay. Okay, you're gonna have to give your um damn it, we'll just say your adopted son a hard time. Product. What's that? Yeah. Oh, he had a deal in the hand too with another driver. The lease to own the other driver's truck for. You know, he might be making the right decision, but maybe just at the wrong time and for the wrong reason. But we don't know. I'm because you don't know what's going to happen with this court case, and that's why I'm like, I don't. Are you sure you're making the right call? 'Cause it could be the right call. It just like I said, it could be using the wrong motive or at the wrong time, but it could turn out to be the right move to make. Would depend on what happens tomorrow anyway. But his life, his call. He's going to have to live with it. Yeah, and then one of the other concerns I had is that I was told, yes, concerns about not getting enough miles, but as often as they got him home, and he said every time he was home, whenever he'd go there, he didn't want to. He'd want to stay there for several days before he actually moved. Like, well, there's your problem right there. You can't say that they're not giving you miles. It's you're spending too much time at home, really, and maybe getting a little spoiled by that. You can't make money if you're sitting. But that's a decent week. Yeah. I think we got about 65, or no, it can't be that far. I can't remember what mile marker Highway 85 is off of, or the cutoff to it, whatever. It's, yeah, on the 10, I was already on 10. I'm just taking 8 around to bypass Phoenix, because I'm not going to go through Phoenix during commute hours. This way is not that much longer, maybe another 5 miles or something like that, and I can avoid all of the annoying traffic in Phoenix. Cool. Huh? Said I couldn't figure out what that word was. Did you say the dog? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna guess about 10:30ish because I left it a little bit later than I could have because I was eating some lunch, whatever, and then fiddle farting around a little bit before, while I was eating. And yeah, I got moving about half an hour later than I could have. Yeah, and then I ended up getting a new DM too. Holly. What? Her name is Holly. She's pretty new to the company, but she's been doing a kick-ass job from my understanding lately. And I know she was like DM of the month in June or July, whatever it was. And yeah, so apparently my DM, yeah, Scott, had he resigned for whatever reason. I don't know what. Did did that bird make it or not? I don't know. I think he did, but it came really close. I almost hit another bird. Yeah, plain chicken is for the birds. Tell me this truck's getting off at Thornton Road. This guy's just a hair slower than me, and I don't want to spend an hour getting past him. Well, I backed off a couple miles an hour to see what I do, and my speed stays the same relative to his, and I'll go ahead and go around him, but well, I'm kind of testing to see if he pulls away from me or if he stays steady or I still gain on him, and so far it's looking like I'm holding steady with him at 68. It kind of looked like he was going to be a little bit closer to my speed at first. Damn it! And then I speed up to 70, and then I swear he sped up too. This is see, it's like, dude, make up your mind. This little fucking back and forth bullshit. And nothing else. Just I'm gonna run to Ehrenberg, which is right before getting into California. Do my 30 there, and then run the rest of the way in from there. It's that Mike Frost guy I dealt with earlier. This is the same guy who cut off that container truck earlier when we were just kind of over by Marana. Okay. All right. I'll talk to you later. I love you. Bye. Stanfield exit. Actually, I've already passed the Thornton exit. I just didn't realize it. Yeah, Thornton Road is the one I used to use to get up to I still sometimes when I do go there, used to get to the Walmart DC and Casa Grande. Then they're both doing dedicated fleet work and out of Colton, and also even as a JCT driver. Alright, next on the listen to.
Convicted Mexican drug lord El Chapo Guzman appeals life sentence. MSN.com yesterday. Convicted Mexican drug lord Joaquin Chapo Guzman has appealed against his life sentence handed down a year ago by a U.S. court for trafficking hundreds of tons of narcotics into the country. El Chapo, as he is commonly known, is kept in isolation, incarcerated in one of the United States' highest security prisons, located in Colorado's mountainous desert. Chapo Guzman's prosecution was marred by rampant excess and overreach, both governmental and judicial, his lawyer Mark Furnick wrote in the appeal, presented late Friday to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals in New York. The 62-year-old former leader of Mexico's powerful Sinaloa drug cartel was convicted last year of crimes spanning a quarter of a century, including trafficking hundreds of tons of cocaine, heroin, methamphetamines and marijuana. The lawyer for Guzman, Mariel Colin Miro, told AFP the initial ruling should be adjourned. She added that the complete isolation imposed on Guzman since his extradition to the U.S. in January 2017 prevented him from collaborating on his defense both before and after the trial. "We are very optimistic that something positive will come of this," Miro said, adding she hoped a new trial would be held. 1.5-kilometer tunnel that opened in his cell's shower. He zoomed out by hopping on a modified motorcycle mounted on rails. Mexican Marines captured Guzman 6 months later in January 2016, and he was extradited to the United States a year later, ending his decades-long cat-and-mouse game with the authorities. LBC, LPA, Tom, J. Video, accused Football League's mastermind is confident and determined, says lawyer, Reuters. Article 143 of 159. Report Eagles trying to trade Alshon Jeffrey, Pro Football Talk. Posted by Cherian Williams on September 5, 2020, 1:53 p.m. EDT. To view this site, you need to have JavaScript enabled in your browser, and either the Flash plugin or an HTML5 video-enabled browser. Download the latest Flash player and try again. Getty Images. The Eagles are trying early last season. It also seems unlikely, as McLean points out, that the Eagles will find a trade partner now considering his contract and his injury situation. Jeffrey is scheduled to make $9.91 million in base salary, and he has yet to practice following Lisfranc foot surgery. If Jeffrey starts the season on the reserve, physically unable to perform list, he will miss at least the first 6 weeks of the regular season. Jeffrey, 30, made 43 catches for 490 yards and 4 touchdowns in 10 games last season. In 3 seasons in Philadelphia, he has 165 receptions for 2,122 yards and 19 touchdowns. He last made the Pro Bowl in 2013 in his second season with the Bears. Share this. Click to share on Facebook, opens a new window. Click to share on Twitter, opens a new window. Click to email this to a friend, opens a new window. Click to 2020 at 2:00 p.m. Trying to trade someone on cutdown day so reminds me of Groucho Marx's famous words, I would never belong to a club that would have me as a member. Norseman says, September 5, 2020 at 2:11 p.m. The Eagles begin their salary cap cuts looking ahead to 2021. Kevin's 255 says, September 5, 2020 at 2:14 p.m. They're lining up to take, says, 5, 2, highly paid them. You can't trust him to be on the field enough to consider him for anything higher. Flosnake says, September 5, 2020 at 2:32 p.m. He's going to GB. AJG 314 says, September 5, 2020 at 2:37 p.m. Alshon Jeffrey plays very well when he feels like playing. When he no longer feels like playing, he gets hurt. Jonathan Robinson 424 says, September 5, 2020 at 3:39 p.m. We got a great year out of him when the Birds won the Super Bowl. Time to move on though now. Green Anxiety says, September 5, 2020 at 3:47 p.m. A slow banged up overpriced 30-year old. If you can get a horse turd for him, how he is a genius. Catsman for Life Specie Hemp says, September 5, 2020 at 4:30 p.m. Bears on line 1. 24,601 JBJ says, September 5, 2020 at 5:36 p.m. When he is healthy, he is a force. Joyrider Idim says, September 5, 2020 at 6:48 p.m. Alshon was a significant contributor for the SV52 champion Eagles. He hasn't been a reliable player since. Philly's chained to his overpriced contract. It's likely he stays in Philly and collects a check. Chromagarmy 76 says, September 5, 2020 at 11:09 p.m. The dude played so great in 2017 with basically one good arm all season. Played hurt and contributed big to the Birds' first Lombardi. I can't understand why they can't work this out. Leave a reply. You must be logged in to leave a comment. Not a member. Register now. This site uses Akismet to reduce spam. Learn how your comment data is processed. Article 144 of 159. Eagles claim speedy running back off waivers while some former Philly players are headed elsewhere, leading Green Nation. The The NFL waiver wire results are in following roster cuts, and the Philadelphia Eagles made a successful claim. The Birds are adding running back Jason Huntley to their team. Huntley, 22, was a fifth-round pick by the Detroit Lions in the 2020 NFL Draft. Our friends at Pride of Detroit labeled Huntley as the Lions' most surprising cut. Here's what Alex Reno had to say. To me, the most surprising move was releasing fifth-round pick Jason Huntley, who by all accounts was having a very good training camp as a change of pace back. I thought that drafting Huntley might have meant that Ty Johnson was on the outside looking in, but it appears that they felt Johnson was more worthy of that initial roster spot. Even as a fifth-round pick, it is very unlikely that Huntley will be poached by another team, especially without any NFL tape out there. So, in essence, this move is harmless if all you're worried about is him sticking around with the Lions. However, I thought Huntley could contribute right away, and while that is still possible should they decide to promote him to the active roster soon, it seems as if the Lions might not have a role for him right away, which comes as a surprise to me. Huntley was cut in part because he got caught up in a numbers crunch. The Lions already have 2 second-round picks in their backfield in Kerryon Johnson and DeAndre Swift. They were also planning on adding Adrian Peterson, who they reportedly signed earlier today. Ergo, Huntley could have made their team if they were thinner at running back. Huntley is on the smaller side at 5'9", 193 pounds. He does boast a strong athletic profile with great speed, elite explosiveness, and okay agility. Considering their shaky depth at the position, I'm a bit surprised rookie fifth-round pick Jason Huntley didn't make the team. I'd suspect they'd try to bring him back in some capacity. pic.twitter.com/echo1x8t87. Kent Lee Platt at MathBomb, September 5, 2020. Huntley had a solid track record of production at New Mexico State as a runner, pass catcher, and kick returner. Perhaps he'll be in the mix to return kicks for the Eagles. Stats via Sports Reference. Huntley seems like a smart pickup. The Eagles probably view him as an upgraded version of what they were looking for in Adrian Killins, who still might be joining the practice squad anyway. The Eagles will have to open up a roster spot to add Huntley to their 53-man roster. And Howie Roseman said they can't simply put guys on injured reserve to open up spots for claims, so it'll be interesting to see who gets cut. It'll also take some time for Huntley to actually join the team, as he'll have to travel and go through COVID-19 testing before being allowed inside the NovaCare complex. With the new guy in the fold, the Eagles have 4 backs on the 53, Miles Sanders, Boston Scott, Corey Clement, and Huntley. Sanders figures to have a huge role in 2020, while Scott and Clement are complementary pieces. Huntley will probably only be a special teams guy at most to start. Try watching this video on, or enable JavaScript if it is disabled in your browser. In other waiver news, the Carolina Panthers claimed former Eagles draft picks Rasul Douglas and Sharif Miller. The Panthers notably hired former Eagles national scout Pat Stewart as their new director of player personnel earlier this year. Carolina also employs former Eagles analyst Taylor Rogic as their director of football analytics. Eagles undrafted rookie free agent signing Noah Togiai was claimed by the Indianapolis Colts. Darn you, Frank Reich. There was thought the Eagles might keep Togiai as a third tight end on the 53, but they went with keeping just Zach Ertz and Dallas Goedert. Togiai would have been a good bet for Philly's practice squad, so they'll have to find a new tight end for that. None of the other Eagles cuts were claimed, including 2017 second-round pick Sidney Jones. So, maybe the Eagles bring him back on their practice squad. Article 145 of 159. Samsung wins $6.6 billion 5G Verizon deal as Huawei stumbles, Bloomberg. To Samsung Electronics Co. Logo at the company's Sioko office building in Seoul. Samsung Electronics Co. won a 7.9 trillion won, $6.6 billion order to provide 5th-generation wireless solutions to Verizon Communications Inc. in the U.S., a big win for the electronics giant's networking gear business. The contract was finalized Friday and is valid from June 30 through December 2025, it said in a regulatory filing. The deal marks one of Samsung's biggest 5G contracts since Korea's largest corporation decided years ago to invest in networking and compete with global players like Nokia, YJ and Ericsson in providing telecom equipment. It should lift Samsung's market share in the wireless industry at a time leader Huawei Technologies Co. is grappling with U.S. sanctions and Washington's effort to get allies around the world to shut out the Chinese company. Read more. Samsung's Lee looks beyond next 10 years with 6G system chips. Technology gets political. Position on including equipment from China's Huawei and 5G mobile networks as of July 15, 2020. Source: Bloomberg. Nokia's shares fell as much as 2.5% Monday in Helsinki. Liberum analyst Janardan Menon cited past evidence that the Finnish telecom gear giant is losing share at the largest American carrier to Ericsson, potentially hampering its longer-term investment in technology. With this latest long-term strategic contract, we will continue to push the boundaries of 5G innovation to enhance mobile experiences for Verizon's customers, Samsung said in an emailed statement. Samsung, the world's largest memory chip and electronics gadget maker, has been pushing hard to expand its market share in the 5G equipment market and investing in 6th-generation mobile networks. The company didn't provide further details about the Verizon deal. The U.S. carrier gained much-needed mid-band spectrum for its 5G rollout after emerging among the top winners in a recent U.S. auction of airwaves. Updates with Nokia's shares in the fifth paragraph. 140 of 100. The move signed. Fox News. Video. Fox News flash top headlines. 5. Fox News flash top headlines are here. Check out what's clicking on foxnews.com. A newly published study notes that the moon is rusting, leaving experts perplexed by the discovery. The research published in Science Advances notes that the rust may be a result of water discovered on the moon, but it's still shocking, given the lack of oxygen and dearth of water on Earth's celestial satellite. It's very puzzling, the study's lead author, Shuai Li of the University of Hawaii, said in a statement. The moon is a terrible environment for hematite to form in. Areas in this from found signs of hematite, a form of rust. Credit: ISRO, NASA, JPL, Caltech, Brown University, USGS. Massive lava tubes on Mars and the Moon could be home to life, researchers find. LI was looking at data from the JPL Moon Mineralogy Mapper when the researcher realized the instrument detected spectra or light reflected off surfaces that revealed the Moon's poles had a very different composition than the rest of it, the statement added. The polar surfaces showed spectra that matched the mineral hematite, Fe2O3, according to the study's abstract. Although oxidizing processes have been speculated to operate on the lunar surface and form ferric iron-bearing minerals, unambiguous detections of ferric minerals forming under highly reducing conditions on the Moon have remained elusive, the researchers wrote in the study's abstract. Our analyses of the Moon Mineralogy Mapper data show that hematite, a ferric mineral, is present at high latitudes on the Moon, mostly associated with east and equator-facing sides of topographic highs, and is more prevalent on the near side than the far side. Rust, which is also known as iron oxide, gives Mars its reddish color. This image, based on data from NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter spacecraft, shows the face of the Moon we see from Earth. Credits: NASA, GSFC, Arizona State University. At first, I didn't believe it. Added. Since we discovered water on the Moon, people have been speculating that there could be a greater variety of minerals than we realize if that water had reacted with rocks. With no atmosphere providing oxygen on the Moon and the Sun's solar wind delivering hydrogen, which should act as a reducer to prevent oxidation, scientists are baffled where the rust is coming from. However, they believe it could stem from Earth given the Moon does have trace amounts of oxygen, thanks to Earth's magnetic field. The hematite that was discovered is not near any of the water ice that has been discovered so far on the Moon, adding another layer of complexity to the findings. The scientists suggested that the dust particles hitting the Moon could free up water molecules to interact with the hematite, but further research is needed to see if that's correct. It could be that little bits of water and the impact of dust particles are allowing iron in these bodies to rust, Freeman explained. This discovery will reshape our knowledge about the Moon's polar regions, Li added in another statement. Earth may have played an important role on the evolution of the Moon's surface. The Moon is a lot younger than initially believed, new study says. The moon has been a source of fascination for humanity for eons, and since the Apollo space missions of the mid-20th century, humanity's knowledge about our celestial satellite has increased significantly. Scientists recently learned that the moon loses water when meteoroids smack its surface, according to a study published in March 2019. NASA's Artemis mission also revealed that solar winds greatly impact the lunar surface and expose it to radiation from the sun, leaving scars on the surface, akin to a sunburn, due to the moon's weak magnetic field. A separate study published in August 2019 suggested the moon was 100 million years older than previously believed, basing their findings on analyzing the lunar rocks taken by the Apollo astronauts. A study published in January 2019 suggested that a 4.1 billion year old chunk of Earth may have been found and dug up on the moon by Apollo astronauts. Click here to get the Fox News app. Article 147 of 159. Southwest Airlines CEO Gary Kelly.
So here's an idea. If they really want to explore inhabitability of Mars, why not transport a bunch of water from Earth to Mars and inject oxygen into its atmosphere and see what happens? That would be interesting. How you doing, Tom?
Southwest Airlines CEO Gary Kelly, if things don't improve, this just can't continue. Going into the office every day, Southwest Airlines CEO Gary Kelly describes the Dallas headquarters atmosphere as feeling a bit like the Mountain Hotel from the 1980s horror flick The Shining. "We've got a skeleton staff here," he said. "Our headquarters can accommodate about 5,000 people roughly, and there are maybe 100 people here every day. Those halls and cubicles are empty for the same reason many airplanes are. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed every aspect of life for the past 6 months." Kelly, who succeeded Southwest founder Herb Kelleher in 2008, spoke with the Dallas Morning News on Thursday about how the airline, known for its upbeat attitude and friendly service, is handling the toughest financial crisis in aviation history. His answers have been edited for brevity and clarity. "How do you see the flying experience now? I've only flown Southwest, and the Southwest experience has been phenomenal. Everybody has to wear a mask and we don't book the middle seat, effectively, right now. We've got all of our cleaning protocols in place. The customers are very happy. The feedback that we get from the people that fly is record levels of satisfaction. The operation is running very smooth, very much on time. And it's a pleasure to fly. You can also get a good, low fare. We're in the 7th month of this pandemic. How would you describe where the airline industry is today? Oh, gosh, the effect has been catastrophic. There's no other way to think about it. It's truly a pandemic in the greatest sense of the word. The effect on travel and tourism and services in general, it's just been catastrophic. I don't think it's shocking that we are where we are. You go back to the spring and a lot of it was so new for the United States. People were wondering whether this was going to be more like a seasonal flu. I was reluctant to make any predictions in the spring about what would happen. I'm more of a planner rather than a prognosticator. All we could do is try to establish some boundaries for planning, especially when the federal government came through with the CARES Act. It just provided us some breathing room. We made radical adjustments and changes to the airline. We know a lot more 7 months in than we knew 1 week in. I believe we're going to have to muddle through this until we get a vaccine, until we functionally reach herd immunity. Is it frustrating to watch the pandemic drag on? It's frustrating if one lets him frustrate lives. We need to do up to the challenge. Airlines CEO Gary West Airlines. You and other airline executives had predicted that travel would be down about 30%. Sharing was that it's back from here until we get a vaccine. We'll see some lift at that point, and until behaviors change. People are going to have to be confident that we've reached herd immunity. Until we get to that point, I wouldn't expect us to see a significant improvement in our traffic. That will be sometime in 2021 at best. Airlines for America's Nicholas Callio said there may not be a full recovery until 2024. Are you looking at the possibility of an extended 3 or 4 year recovery? It's well prepared for the pandemic coming into we boost the first place and very well suited to serve the leisure side of the market in addition to the business travel market. But I'm certainly not bullish that business travel is going to bounce right back. In fact, I would argue that relative to a normal recession and recovery scenario, launching new year-round routes later this year to Miami and O'Donnell and Kyle Arnold. Southwest announced service this week to Miami and Palm Springs, Caleb. Why would you fly to Miami after you? Number 2, we're in an environment where our business go. And so what we need to remedy our business problem is more customers. At this point in time, there's no way to get more depth in the market. Right now, there are only so many people that are going to fly between Dallas and Houston. I'll call that depth. The opportunity for us is more breadth and tap into new destinations that will give our loyal customers another opportunity to choose Southwest. We serve multiple airports in the Washington, D.C. metro area. We serve multiple airports in the Boston metro area, in the San Francisco Bay Area and the Los Angeles Basin area. We believe South Florida offers the same kind of potential. Miami is obviously a very vibrant area and it's a leisure destination. In addition to that, we'll win a few new customers in those markets, even though we'll be a relatively small presence. Palm Springs is similar and different. It's a unique destination. You get a little seasonal contradiction there. Its high season is in the winter months, which is helpful. We're already the number 1 airline in California in every way. As long as we're covering flight costs not working to their full potential. That makes Miami and Palm Springs. No, because we're not really incurring any significant capital expenditure to make this happen.
Hey, Londa.
I wouldn't characterize it as no cost expansion, but it is in relative terms. We have the airplanes already. We've got 100 airplanes that aren't flying. Even with the early retirement or voluntary leave program, we still have an overstaffing situation. So we're not fully utilizing our employees. The company has been built for capacity that is double what we're doing. Do you think you'll need to continue spacing out seating when it's not profitable to do so? I don't think we can do it indefinitely. I agree with that, and I think our customers understand that. What we hear from customers is they're very comfortable with what we're doing. Obviously, the middle seats are an element of that. Right now, we are interested in learning more about the science of physical distancing on the airplane given all of the other layers of safety and health protection that are in place. In the end, it's all about what customers are comfortable with. Customers are really happy with the Southwest promise today. I'm not really prepared to say when we might change, but at some point, yes, absolutely, we're going to have to get our business back. It's just going to have to be at the right time. Airlines. Airline employees face tough decisions in walking away or holding on through COVID-19 pandemic. By Kyle Arnold. Southwest had 28% of employees take voluntary leave or early retirement. Why do you think they're willing to do so when the global economic outlook is so uncertain? It's not just one thing that went into people's decisions. It was probably a handful of things, and with some people maybe more. You have a lot of people that really answered the call. They could do this personally, from their own financial perspectives, and they could help out their family members here at Southwest. They could help the company. It was also a reflection of the generosity in terms of the offer. If you were thinking about retiring over the next several years and you had this pretty lucrative offer, for a lot of people, it'd be crazy to pass it up. I suspect that there were a lot of people who understood this as a really tough time. I'm not sure exactly what kind of effort and sacrifice it's going to take. And I might not be up for that. That's fair, too, because we are going to need all hands on deck to get through this crisis. Our have to work really, really hard. Any involuntary furloughs. What's the possibility of avoiding furloughs in early 2021 as this pandemic continues? If things don't improve, this just can't continue. We can't lose the kind of cash we lost in the second quarter, or quarter upon quarter upon quarter. We'd be out of business. A lot depends on how the revenue environment improves. That's front and center of why we are announcing Miami and Palm Springs, because it will help chip away at that revenue deficiency. There are still some levers we can pull, but the vaccine has to come online. It's got to work. We've got to begin to get back to normal. Or else we're just talking about a completely different catastrophic scenario for the airline industry, and other industries for that matter. Competing airlines are taking a page out of the Southwest playbook by lowering and dropping change fees. Does that cut down on Southwest's competitive advantage? Between our airline South for a long time. It's not effective now, or they wouldn't be making a change. This just means that now they're going to have to match our fares. And our cost structure's lower and our fares are lower. For them to replace this change fee revenue, they're going to have to raise fares. It's just going to make it more difficult for them to make a profit and still try to match Southwest fares. That's why they did this in the first place. They needed some gimmick to strip out revenue and reduce their published fare, knowing that they can get money from hidden fees. And now that advantage is being taken away. I think it's better for Southwest. It's a more level playing field. Are the next 6 months going to be just as damaging as the last 6? I think we're past the dark days of March and April. Things for us have been pretty stable since July 4th. We went into a stall when the COVID-19 cases spiked so sharply there in early July, which was a shame because we were on a pretty good trajectory and people were feeling more and more comfortable with travel. The good news is it's pretty stable. Stable's good, but we're at unsustainable levels and it can't go on indefinitely. Beyond the self-help steps taken, what is the government going to do in terms of creating CARES Act 2, and what will be in there for continuing the payroll support for the airlines? That has a major bearing on our outlook for the next 6 months. Our visibility is not very far into the future. It's pretty easy to predict that we shouldn't expect much improvement in 2020. But I'm still hopeful about the first quarter of next year. We'll continue to press Congress and the administration for CARES 2. I think that would be very helpful to the country, not just the airlines, but to the whole country. We're in a situation that, absent some kind of sovereign effort for liquidity, the country goes into depression. No company can be prepared for an almost total loss of revenue and customers. The only way through that temporary trough is with assistance from the government. Airlines. Southwest Airlines is cutting 35,000 flights in October when stimulus money runs out. By Kyle Arnold. Public Health. What you need to know about coronavirus plus a map of every case in Texas. By Wire Services and Tom Steele. Article 148 of 159. Sheriff's Department declares victory in excessive force suit. Victorville Daily Press, yesterday. Central
kind of like a bleak outlook there on the airline industry. And the more this endures, the more people are going to permanently lose their jobs, and the more it really will hurt our economy. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Exit's coming up to cut up to Highway 85. 1 mile away. Recently tuned in, I opted to go this way instead of stay on I-10 so I could stay away from the Phoenix metro area during the commute hours. I suspect this guy in front of me is getting off here also. Yep. Because he was going a little bit faster than me, and then now he's holding me up, but I know there's another truck in front of him. Further up at the end of the off ramp. Building that pilot, okay. I heard they were building a new pilot over here in Hilla Bend, but I thought it was over there where the Loves is at. Well, they tore down the place that used to be there. Fighter jet flying around over there to my left. So I believe it's an F-18. Probably is. I know they have them over at Hilla Bend. I mean, Yuma. Although he might be over at the. He might be playing around at the very. Isn't that very Goldwater bomb range over here also? I can't remember. Yeah, I thought it was over in this area.
district judge dismisses case after plaintiff fails to appear for multiple hearings. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department claimed victory last week after a civil rights lawsuit alleging excessive force, among other violations, was dismissed when the plaintiff failed to appear for multiple hearings and lost contact with the court. In a complaint filed May 28, 2019, in federal court, Milagro Gonzalez also alleged that deputies assaulted and battered him, and negligently and intentionally inflicted emotional distress on him during an arrest made more than a year earlier in Hesperia following a pursuit. Gonzalez also alleged violation of the Bain Act, which provides protection from threats, intimidation or coercion. He sought relief for damages, in an amount to be proved against each individual defendant, as well as payment for attorney fees, civil penalties and the cost of the lawsuit, according to the complaint. Defendants in the suit initially included Sheriff John McMahon, the county, 4 named deputies, a sergeant who was a deputy at the time of Gonzalez's arrest and multiple unnamed parties employed by the Sheriff's Department. Victorville-based attorneys James Terrell and Sharon Brunner, who represented Gonzalez, voluntarily dismissed McMahon from the suit in September 2019. The claims against 3 named deputies were dismissed in June, as were 2 claims from the original complaint, court records show. R. Gary Klausner, a judge in California's Central District since 2002, dismissed the case altogether for lack of prosecution on August 6. Court records show Gonzalez was not present as ordered and had no communication with the court. In response, the Sheriff's Department issued a SEP2 statement that, in part, lauded its defense attorney. For almost a year, the County of San Bernardino and attorney Dennis C. Wagner successfully defended the lawsuit before it was dismissed in favor of San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department and all sheriff's personnel, the statement said. A phone message seeking comment and left with a woman who identified herself as Gonzalez's wife was not returned by Gonzalez. Last month's dismissal followed several failed attempts on defense attorney Wagner's part to contact Gonzalez after Terrell and Brunner withdrew from the case, court records show. Gonzalez also failed to appear on multiple occasions before and after his attorneys withdrew. Terrell and Brunner asked for removal from the case in June. Declarations they filed cited irreconcilable differences with Gonzalez, and a total breakdown in their relationship with him, which they said was damaged beyond repair. Brunner declined to comment further on why she withdrew, saying only that court documents were an accurate reflection of the situation. She and Terrell were relieved on July 1. Sheriff's deputies arrested Gonzalez in Hesperia on May on Costa Road, according to a previous report. Officials said Gonzalez led deputies on a pursuit through Hesperia. It was called off for public safety at one point and a sheriff's helicopter tracked the vehicle, which eventually crashed into a curb near Main Street and Escondido Avenue. Gonzalez fled on foot and tried to carjack another vehicle but failed, officials said. Gonzalez then ran into an open field near a Wendy's restaurant. Deputies surrounded him, and he put his hands up and surrendered, and was beaten to the ground by deputies D. Whitson and Chris Petrus, according to the complaint. Whitson allegedly hit Gonzalez with a baton and his hands on the back and arm at least 3 times. Petrus allegedly hit Gonzalez multiple times and caused great injury. The complaint initially listed the involvement of 2 other deputies, but the claims against them were dismissed when the complaint was amended earlier this year. No deputies attempted to simply handcuff the plaintiff, who surrendered, it said. In an answer to the complaint, the deputies denied allegations related to the alleged beating in an alleged incident at Desert Valley Hospital. The answer said the defendants acted in self-defense. At all times, Gonzalez interfered with and obstructed peace officers from discharging duties, and he knew, or in the exercise of reasonable care, being detained or resist detention or arrest, the answer read. Defendants used only force as was reasonably necessary under the circumstances to overcome Gonzalez's resistance and to prevent him from interfering with them in the discharge of their duties. Both Gonzalez and a deputy suffered injuries. The deputy was treated at the scene. Gonzalez was taken to Desert Valley, where a doctor said he had broken bones and torn ligaments, and was in severe pain, according to the complaint. An unnamed doctor wanted to operate immediately. The complaint said the named deputies instructed Gonzalez to tell Desert Valley Hospital personnel that he was fighting with police or he would not receive medical help. Unnamed deputies, meanwhile, threatened harm if Gonzalez did not sign a release from the hospital, the complaint said. Gonzalez's family bailed him out of jail on May 28, 2018. He underwent surgery on June 2, 2018, that should have occurred on the night of the incident as ordered by the doctor at the hospital, the complaint said. Gonzalez has suffered special and general damages as a result of the emotional distress, mental pain, anguish, embarrassment, humiliation and psychological disturbance in an amount according to proof at trial in excess of this court's jurisdiction, the complaint read. Court records show Gonzalez took a plea deal in March 2019 that dismissed a charge of buying or receiving stolen property, as well as an enhancement for a previous felony. He pleaded guilty to felony evasion and was sentenced to 2 years in state prison. For the plea deal, he received 13 days for time served and a credit that reduced the sentence. Daily Press managing editor Matthew Cave contributed to this report. Daily Press reporter Jose Quintero may be reached at 760-951-6274 or Quintero at bvdailypress.com. Follow him on Twitter at @VP_Josie. Article 149 of 159. Cam Newton on IG to Deshaun Watson, nobody wins when the family feuds heavy.com 16 hours ago. The New England Patriots' Cam Newton seems to see some of himself in the Houston Texans' Deshaun Watson. There are some obvious similarities. Both are African American quarterbacks from the South, and both became franchise players for teams in the southern portion of the United States. Also, as Newton did a few years ago, Watson has inked a major league extension due to his talent, leadership, and upside. Recognizing the ascension of a younger man, whom he has followed for years, Newton took to Instagram to congratulate his brother in the quarterback fraternity. Follow the Heavy on Patriots Facebook page for the latest breaking news, rumors, and content. The two have been close for a long time. Way back in 2016, Newton was mentoring Watson as his NFL journey was beginning. Watson told the story to NFL.com. Me and him are very close. I had the opportunity and privilege to meet him my junior year in high school playing for his 7-on-7 team. Ever since then, we just became close friends. We communicate all the time, texts, calls. He gives me good advice off the field, telling me to stay true to who I am, listen to the coaching staff and buy into the process. Don't get distracted with outside things. Watson also talked about how Newton inspired him as a young, up-and-coming black quarterback in this video from The Undefeated. Cam Newton's success is an inspiration. For many young African American quarterbacks who are in college or still relatively young in the NFL, Newton was the man they grew up watching. In a league that once had few men of color at quarterback, Newton became their inspiration. Because of Newton's success, players like Lamar Jackson, Watson and Patrick Mahomes have a path. As Newton gets ready to embark on the second chapter of his NFL career, he is seeing Watson at the height of his first with the Texans. It's actually somewhat interesting to see Newton congratulating Watson because at one point, the latter was the favorite to become the Patriots' starting quarterback next season. Free agency was on the horizon before the aforementioned mega deal for Watson, and with the Patriots having something of a transition year ahead of them at quarterback at least before Newton was signed and won the job, many were eyeing Watson for New England. No matter what happens with Newton, that won't happen with Watson now in the fold. Still, it's nice to see this friendship continue. Article 150 of 159. Jason Peters agrees to move back to left tackle for Eagles. 2:19 p.m. ET. Tim McManus, ESPN staff writer. Close. Follow on Twitter. Facebook. Twitter. Facebook Messenger. Pinterest. Email. Print. Philadelphia, the Eagles' left tackle riddle was solved 6 days before the regular season opener, as Jason Peters has agreed to move back to Carson Wentz's blind side. Jason Peters came into my office this morning and he has decided to slide over to left tackle, Coach Doug Peterson said Monday. This is the unsung Peters to start this season at right guard but has built a Hall of Fame-worthy resume playing left tackle over 16 seasons with the Eagles, and Buffalo Bills would take over his old position immediately after 2019 first-round pick Andre Dillard was lost for the season with a torn biceps in late August. But Peters remained at right guard in practice and wanted a pay raise before making the move, according to sources. After kicking down doors, Eagles QB Carson Wentz has found his voice. Sources, Eagles sign McCown as emergency QB. One related. Peters' contract has not been reworked as of yet, according to a leak source, who added that Peters did this because he cares about the team. He signed a one-year, $3 million deal this offseason to play guard after Brandon Brooks was lost to an Achilles injury. The contract is worth up to $6 million in incentives but does not include language related to moving to tackle. Game week is off to a good start for Wentz. He is back practicing in full after groin tightness kept him off the field for several days, and he now has his protector back. I'm excited for him and for this team, Wentz said. I've had JP blocking my blind side pretty much every year. He's been the guy out there and done a great job. We call him the bodyguard for a reason. Third-year player Matt Pryor had taken the bulk of the snaps at left tackle after Dillard went down. He is among the candidates to play right guard along with Nate Herbig and rookie Jack Driscoll, Peterson said. The Eagles opened their season against rookie edge rusher Chase Young and the Washington football team on the road Sunday. Article 151 of 159. Thomas Day confesses why he withdrew from America's Got Talent Gold Derby. If you suspected that football might be the reason why Thomas Day withdrew from the America's Got Talent live shows, you'd be right. The 17-year-old singer and athlete from Brentwood, TN recently confessed to AGT fans via Cameo. So what happened was, I withdrew because I couldn't make it because of football. The talented teen added he has music coming out soon, so he hasn't completely put his singing career behind him. Segure, America's Got Talent, invites back Dancetown family as first wild card of season 15. Thomas was originally supposed to appear in the third week of quarterfinals, but he was replaced at the last minute by singer Nolan Neal. It was assumed Thomas would perform in the fourth quarterfinals group, but then singing duo Broken Roots was asked back instead to take his spot. Gold Derby learned on August 28 that Thomas had officially dropped out of the reality TV show, but no specific reason was given. Until now. I am still pursuing music and in college I'm gonna be pursuing music, Thomas added on Cameo. But that's the truth. I wish there was something more to it, it makes me so sad that I can't perform, it really does. He previously admitted on the show that he was being drafted by college football teams. See, America's Got Talent, Season 15, meet the 21 finalists for AGT 2020. Thomas's original June 2 episode was most viral from this season. As you'll recall, so flew all to break my. However, Mandela earned booze when he called it stiff. Thomas was next seen in the Judge Cuts, which is where Howie completely changed his tune and happily joined with the others in sending the teenager through to the live shows. Next week on AGT is the first round of semifinals, with the following 10 acts being announced to perform: singer Archie Williams, singing duo Double Dragon, singer Roberta Battaglia, singer Shakira McGrath, Diabolo duo Spyros Bros, aerialist Alan Silva, dance group Dancetown Family, drummer Malik Dope, spoken word artist Brandon Leak, and singers, guitarists Broken Roots. See exclusive predictions: who will win America's Got Talent. Be sure to make your predictions to influence our reality TV racetrack odds. You can keep changing your predictions until just before the results episode airs live on NBC. You'll compete to win a $100 Amazon gift card and a spot on our AGT Season 15 leaderboard. See our contest rules and sound off with other fans in our reality TV forum. Read more Gold Derby entertainment news. Sign up for Gold Derby's newsletter with experts' latest predictions. Article 152 of 159. Van slams into Sheriff's Patrol unit carrying suspect in backseat. BB.com 6 ago. Area road between Hughes and Victorville. Emergency personnel arrived on scene and located a multi-vehicle crash involving two deputy patrol units, a gray Hyundai and a gold Toyota Sienna van. The Toyota left the west side of the roadway, striking a tree, causing it to partially lift and hit the second marked patrol car. It all started when the driver of a reported stolen Hyundai led police on a pursuit in the area of La Mesa Road and Amethyst Road at about 3:20 a.m. The pursuit ended when the Hyundai stopped in the number 2 lane of southbound Hesperia Road facing the wrong way. 5 occupants were bailed, 3 suspects were detained and 2 suspects fled. Deputies were out of their vehicle conducting a stolen vehicle investigation when a gold-colored Toyota Sienna van found on Hesperia Road to the rear passenger side of a patrol car that was blocking the number 2 southbound lane on Hesperia Road. The driver of the van, identified as William Thomas Black, 51, a resident of Victorville, continued south and struck the open door of the Hyundai. A sheriff's deputy was standing on the inside of the driver's side door of the Hyundai conducting a search when it was seen causing him to be thrown about 20 feet. The deputy landed under the driver's side door of a patrol unit and was transported by ground ambulance to a local hospital with minor injuries. A 42-year-old, white male adult, sitting in the back of the 1st Patrol Unit sustained major injuries and was airlifted to a trauma hospital. Update on his condition. The back collision occurred. Both occupants, including the driver of the van, were all transported to local hospitals for complaint of pain. The driver of the van and the 2 other occupants from the 2nd Patrol were transported to Victor Valley Global Medical Center for complaint of pain. Hesperia Road and Outer Hesperia Road was shut down for an investigation between Hughes and Seneca Roads for over 6 hours. The collision is under investigation by the San Bernardino County Region 2 Major Accident Investigation Team (MAIT). Sheriff's officials said it is still unknown if drugs and/or alcohol was a factor in this collision. Anyone with information is asked to contact Deputy Scott LaFond at 760-241-2911 and reference case number 17,200,871. To this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 140,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram.
Yeah, there was another major accident today involving a semi in Victorville on 395. Not too far from where it meets up with Adelanto. Pretty close to my old neighborhood, actually. Damage and it's our driver's going the same direction I am. I don't know if I know at least one of these other trucks in front. I don't remember which one. It's also going to head west, but I don't know about the other ones. Historic US 80. Tucson. He's that same clown who cut off the container truck over in Marana. I had a container truck in the middle of passing me, and I was right behind this guy, and he decides to move over all of a sudden in front of the container truck to get around somebody else. game starts at 6:40. Yeah. If I don't have a football game on to listen to, I'll definitely have a Dodger game on. Let's see. I'll probably be stopping for my 30-minute break. Time. My subscription or something if it needs to be renewed or whatever. Yeah, if I can get the audio, I'll put it on while I'm driving. Alright, RG, picked up a load. Going back to the yard, okay. Gotcha. So he is home for the day, it sounds like. Look at that trailer. It's getting towed right there. Right, Tamana. Yeah. You smashed the back end of that thing. There had to have been another truck with that kind of damage. So obviously something ran into the back end of it.
153 of 159. The woman who invented gender reveal parties is calling for them to stop after one started a fire and burnt down 10,000 acres of land in California. MSN.com 6 hours ago. California's El Dorado fire, currently burning in San Bernardino County, has been blamed on a gender reveal party gone wrong. This prompted Jenna Carvunitis, the blogger credited with starting the gender reveal trend more than 10 years ago, to condemn the practice on Monday.
I'm gonna be passing
Stop
not
it.
too far
Stop
from
having
that
these stupid
fire
parties.
when, on
For
the
the
way
love
in.
of God, stop burning things down to tell everyone about your kid's penis, Carvunitis wrote on Facebook. Visit Insider's homepage for more stories. The woman who popularized the gender reveal party is calling for an end to the practice after a gender reveal was blamed for one of the wildfires burning in California. In a Facebook post on Monday, Jenna Carvunitis wrote that it was time to stop having these stupid parties. For the love of God, stop burning things down to tell everyone about your kid's penis. No one cares but you. It was 116 degrees in Pasadena yesterday and this tool thought it would be smart to light a fire about his kid's D. Toxic masculinity is men thinking they need to explode something because simply enjoying a baby party is for sissies, Carvunitis wrote. Carvunitis is believed to have started the gender reveal trend when she wrote a blog post back in 2008 detailing how she revealed the gender of her unborn child with cake that had fake icing on the inside. Carvunitis sought to show that there was a difference between her gender reveal and the more dramatic ones involving pyrotechnics that expecting parents have been coming up with lately. Excuse me for having a cake for my family in 2008. Just because I'm the gender reveal inventor doesn't mean I think people should burn down their communities, Carvunitis wrote on Facebook. Stop. California's El Dorado fire, which is currently burning in San Bernardino County, has been blamed on a gender reveal gone wrong. Fire officials said Saturday that the fire was sparked by smoke generating device. Also blamed for 2017's Sawmill fire in Arizona, which spread to 47,000 acres, and a 10-acre brush fire in Florida in April. This isn't the first how she now has mixed feelings about celebrating a child's gender before they are born. Her perspective on this was changed after becoming a mother, and her firstborn daughter, Pete, started defying gender norms by dressing in a more masculine style. Who cares what gender the baby is? Carvunitis wrote in the post. I did at the time because we didn't live in 2019 and didn't know what we know now, that assigning focus on gender at birth leaves out so much of their potential and talents that have nothing to do with what's between their legs. In an interview with Insider after writing the blog post, Carvunitis said another incident that made her question gender reveals was when another one of her daughters, who is more girly, got upset when she was gifted Legos for Christmas. She started to cry and when I asked her what was wrong she said, "Why would Santa bring me a boy present? It's not pink. Everything is being pinkified these days," Carvunitis said. While it might come from the right place, what is really happening is that they're boxing girls into a smaller and smaller space. That's not what I want. I want all of the things for all of the kids, let them decide. Article 154, 159. Police shoot boy with a
I see both sides of that though, because a lot of people like, just any kind of a good excuse to have a social gathering and celebrate or whatever. I can see that. People have a need to interact with others and and bond with others, whatever. But at the same time,
advice I give them before I move back over.
Police shoot 13-year-old boy several times by police officers who responded to his home in Salt Lake City after his mother called for help. Lyndon Cameron was recovering in a Utah hospital, his mother said, after suffering injuries to his shoulder, both ankles, his intestines and his bladder. Golda Barton told KUTV she called 911 to request a crisis intervention team because her son, who has Asperger's syndrome, was having an episode caused by bad separation anxiety, as his mother went to work for the first time in more than a year. I said, he's unarmed, he doesn't have anything, he just gets mad and he starts yelling and screaming, she said. He's a kid, he's trying to get attention, he doesn't know how to regulate. She added, they're supposed to come out and be able to de-escalate a situation using the most minimal force possible. Instead, she said, 2 officers went through the front door of the home and in less than 5 minutes were yelling, get down on the ground, before firing several shots. He's a small child, she said. Why didn't you just tackle him? He's a baby. He has mental issues. In a briefing on Sunday, Sergeant Keith Horrocks of Salt Lake City Police told reporters officers were responding to reports a juvenile was having a mental episode and thought Cameron had made threats to some folks with a weapon. Police confirmed they did not find a weapon at the scene. In a statement to the Salt Lake Tribune, swiftly and transparently for the sake of everyone involved, she said. Across the U.S., killings of unarmed civilians by police, especially Americans of color, have raised alarm among community groups and stoked ongoing protests. Many say law enforcement responses to public health crises often put the mentally ill at risk. Protests erupted in Rochester, New York, after body camera video from March showed police responding to a call about a mental health episode mocking 29-year-old Daniel Prude and putting a hood on his head. Prude, who was black, died of asphyxiation. Demonstrators in Aurora, Colorado, have sought justice for 23-year-old Elijah McClain, a black man who went into cardiac arrest shortly after contained some of McClain's last words, I'm an introvert. I'm just different. That's all, I'm so sorry. As activists call for police resources to be reallocated toward public health initiatives, some cities have shifted emergency response strategies. Regarding the incident in Salt Lake City, Neurodiverse Utah said in a statement, police were called because help was needed but instead more harm was done when officers from the SLPD expected a 13-year-old experiencing a mental health episode to act calmer and more collected than adult trained officers. Barton launched a fundraiser to cover her son's medical bills. She described Cameron as a typical young boy who loves video games, four-wheeling and longboarding. She also demanded answers about why her son was not subdued. Why didn't they tase him? Why didn't they shoot him with a rubber bullet? You are big police officers with massive amounts of resources. Come on, give me a break. Article 155 of 159. Pass.
Alright, okay, a couple things there. I know which incident you're talking about there with the truck driver intentionally slamming the trailer into the dock door. Are you talking about that Piggly Wiggly docking or whatever it was? Or the guy who went into there like several times really hard? Because if it is that, yeah, so that one, it wasn't really, it wasn't intentionally doing that. What happened was the guy who did that, it was having a stroke. And I don't know the whole details, but I just, yeah, I'd heard in other trucking channels that that driver actually had a stroke, and that's what caused all that. Yeah, I thought the guy was on drugs or something, or like trashed, like on alcohol or something when I saw it. And then when I started figuring out that somebody, where people were saying that he had a stroke, and that's when the stroke came, and I'm like, oh shit, that's not.
that caused it, you gotta admit it was kind of funny to watch that. Okay, there. I guess some endpoints, I don't know, perspectives, I guess I'll give on that article we were just listening to. I don't know what this kid's situation is. It sounded like the cops were given certain details that were not before they gave them. Now, the mom wanted to know why didn't they use a taser. Okay, so my understanding of how police work, the first officer there always uses lethal force multiplier, not a non-lethal. And the reason why is because if a person, potentially lethal, let's just say a potentially lethal weapon, or anything really could be potentially lethal for a cop, because even something that can incapacitate a cop means that the person that they're dealing with can gain access to their gun and kill them with their own gun even afterward. So what I've heard from people who actually are in law enforcement, the first officer there always uses a regular firearm, and then when they have a backup on hand, another officer on hand as their backup, the backup officer can bring out the taser or whatever other non-lethal force multiplier to try to deal with the person. Now, why, I do question though, why did they feel it was necessary to shoot this kid? 13-year-old, he can't be that, I don't know. I don't know how big this kid is, but you'd be surprised at how big some 13-year-olds can be. Alright, football game is on. Alright, I'll check on that in a minute. And even then, if they're not that huge, you never know if a kid has, say, like martial arts training or something that can make them a lot more formidable in a fight against them than you might bargain for. Yeah, I remember when I was not white belt, but kind of getting up there, stripe white belt or stripe blue belt in jiu-jitsu. There was another guy there who I trained with. He was a purple belt. His son also trained there with us, and his son was probably like 13 or something. A lot smaller than me, but sometimes I would spar with him because he would also, they have kids sessions that he would do, but he would also train with us in adult class. And now, I was just too big and strong and tall and all that for him, but that's not to downplay. I don't want to downplay what this kid's capabilities were, because he wasn't a low-level kid's level. Because in kids level jiu-jitsu, it's white belt first. Then they've kind of changed things around. Parents want to see progression or whatever, see their kids get promoted more often or whatever. So, but as a general rule, it would be white belt first, and then it used to be the yellow belt, and then it was which I think it's green belt, or no, it's orange belt, and then green belt. And, it's been a while. And I never did kids division. I have to, might have orange and green backwards. Yeah, at least the yellow.
junior jiu-jitsu ranks, you're not allowed to have a blue belt or higher, like blue. Yeah, and then okay, white belts are for everybody, but then yellow belt, that's only junior rank, and then orange, the gray, orange, green, those are all junior only as well. Anyways, this guy's son was pretty good. He was, I don't know, I can't remember what belt color it was, but he was not that easy to submit. I mean, he was, I don't know, because I was already, because of my, the general experience level with able to control position often, but he was, he definitely used techniques to at least try to get himself out of bad positions or out of submission holds and all that. Now, and mind you, that's me as somebody who's been doing jiu-jitsu for at least a year by then. And training with a kid who's been doing it for at least a few years. Where he's got more experience than he had more experience than I have. He's just lacking in the size and age. Actually, her and her husband both I used to train with. We were all blue belts together, and her and her husband are both firefighters. And yeah, I had her outweighed by a good 70 pounds, and I weighed about 205. She was like maybe about 35. But I'll tell you what, that woman knows how to fight. In fact, I think an accidental knee coming from her, that might be why I had that. There was somebody, I remember getting kneed in the face on accident by somebody, and I think it was her. That I think caused that little scar tissue build up there. You guys probably see it on my face every so often. But yeah, no, she's good. We would always have really good, entertaining sparring matches because we're both so unorthodox, and I also had experience to work with. And yeah, she's actually been able to tap me out too. I usually tap me too. It's 41.62, I think, is what it said. So, I mean, that's what you just want to hear my point there. I outweighed her by over 70 pounds, by about 70 pounds, but it didn't matter. She could still, definitely have her own on in a grappling match, and even beat me in a match sometimes. Both of us, it's not just me, just some know-nothing person who just wants to use size or maybe have a wrestling background but nothing else to work with. So I wouldn't necessarily underestimate what a 13-year-old kid is capable of. I wouldn't necessarily, but that's the other thing too.
knows his pace. He's just going to pull him out of there, leaving the outside route one-on-one on the outside. But that is a safety. Justin Reed playing against a wide receiver, DeMarcus Robinson. Got that arm in there. Never let that catch be made. A fantastic play, really, by Justin Reed.
Third-year man out of Stanford. So the lineup now with Edwards Helaire in the backfield on a 2nd down and 10. Fake to him, look out. And they're going to get Mahomes as that was Jacob Martin coming in around the corner to sack him. And set up a 3rd down and very long. Martin had 3.5 sacks last season.
Great job on J.J. Watt, and here he comes with a sack already. And Travis Kelce was running wide open right across the face of Patrick Mahomes. He just couldn't find him.
Martin, one of the guys they picked up in the trade that sent Jadeveon Clowney to Seattle last year. Got Darrell Williams in the backfield, stays in to block. Mahomes under pressure, and that pass is incomplete. So they came close to the first score of the season at 18. A reprieve for Anthony Weaver, the new defensive coordinator, who almost began his reign as the DC by giving up a touchdown on the first drive, and instead back to a 4th and 18 and a punt.
I tell you what, we're seeing a lot out of Anthony Weaver's defense so far. They have thrown some pretty exotic looks on 3rd down, and I think it's confusing Patrick just a little bit.
Tommy Townsend takes over Dustin Colquitt, had been here for a decade and a half. And his first punt as the Chief bounces at the 1 and then skids into the end zone. Houston with the ball.
This is Sierra, and we're live in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Adventure is complete. You may know it as an open road, a weekend getaway, or just getting away from it all. You've heard the call. Felt the urge to conquer the off-road, the craving of new trails to place, the desire to just keep driving. We know because we've got the call too. We look forward to seeing you out there. The Land Rover Call to Adventure sales event is going on now. Land Rover, above and beyond.
800 South Main Street. May not be quite as full.
Alright, so I have to have the NFL app up to get to get the audio to stay on, unfortunately. But it's alright, this means y'all wait. Commercial breaks, whatever, double check or
This NFL kickoff special being brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. By Dune, from director Denis Villeneuve, and by Hyundai.
Say that one more time.
Laurent Duvernay Tardif.
There you go.
And Denis Villeneuve is a look at scenes from the Super Bowl parade a couple of days after the Super Bowl. And that's a scene that has not been repeated in Kansas City, or wasn't repeated for the 50-year period of time, winning it in '69 and winning it in 2019. Start here, David Johnson in the backfield from the 20-yard line, and Duke Johnson as well. And the inside handoff to the outside goes to Duke Johnson. Cleveland Brown, a good year last year with Houston. Hitchens makes the stop. Take a look at the Kansas City defense. That Chris Jones, what a Super Frank Clark came on last year with a lot of sacks. His Houston comes right to the line. No huddle on a second down and 3. Spread it out here. 5 receivers. Watson looks over the defense. Sean hanging in the pocket, fires, caught. That is Darren Phil.
Some of the versatility now of this offensive football team. I think you're going to see a lot more of that spread formation. For so long with DeAndre Hopkins, he was the focal point of play calls. He was their best receiver without question. Now even the Chiefs aren't sure who to focus on.
Up the middle on first down, and finding a crease there is David Johnson. Tackled by Chris Jones after a gain of 9, taking it near midfield.
Check out this run by David Johnson. This is the guy we remember, over 2,000 total yards. Little jump cut right there in the middle, re-accelerate. And don't forget that both of these wide receivers, or both of these running backs, play like wide receivers. A lot of in this offense.
And short, play action, dump it off on the screen here. Catch made by David Johnson, and into Kansas City territory. He goes to the 46 as we take a look at the rest of the Kansas City defense. You saw the line, the linebackers of Wilson and Hitchens play a ton of nickels, so we show you the 5 defensive backs, including on the right side there, L'Jarius Sneed, the rookie. Daniel Sorensen last year, a lot of great plays in postseason. From the 47-yard line, first down as he approached the halfway mark of the period.
Yeah, what a great runner Watson is. Start getting everybody spread out like this, and his running opportunities start to multiply.
Spreads David Johnson wide right, comes back the other way, and the catch is made here by Will Fuller. A ton of speed. Gain 6. Matthew makes the tackle. So Deshaun Watson, spectacular beginning to his career as a rookie. In his first 6 games as a Texan, threw for 18 touchdown passes, and then tore his ACL in practice. Was gone for the season. But real good the last 2 years, and right now, Holmes makes more.
Already out of this offense is Deshaun Watson is getting rid of the ball a lot faster than what we're used to seeing from him. Of course, they've got their new offensive coordinator, play caller Tim Kelly over there on the side, a former defensive lineman now calling the plays.
Third down and 2. Repositions Steve Johnson. Play clock at 2. Clark coming around the end. They take him out of the play. And the pass is then caught at the 29-yard line by Brandon Cooks. Cooks is 4th team now, with his 4th in his 7-year career. New Orleans, New England, the Rams, and came over to trade. First down.
Watch this throw by Deshaun Watson. This is a jump. You almost laugh out loud. Things that you're not supposed to be able to do from the quarterback position.
Mahomes can appreciate that. First down. Play fake. He starts to stumble, but gets it away. It's Cooks again making the catch. Brandon Cooks goes to a first down, taking it to the 18-yard line, and he stayed healthy. He had a quad injury. He was a game-time decision. Obviously, he's in there tonight, and there is Colin Saunders, the second-year defensive lineman out of Western Illinois, who needs the attention.
This is NFL Network, the place where football and culture collide. It's the collision of the GOATs and the MCs. Everybody off. This is that. Say it to management. I'll shut your mouth and put your money on it. It's the Chad, Kyle Brand, Shrek, those guys know exactly what they're talking about.
Fun is lit, and always talk about the current things that's going on.
This is an MVP. This is the guy who changed the game.
He's been an absolute leader.
Every time I watch the show, though, it's always good, man.
It's just time with you guys. It's always fun.
Good Morning Football is part of my routine.
They might be the team no one wants to play. I've never seen anything like it.
It keeps you engaged and keeps you right where you need to be.
We welcome you to NFL Total Access.
It's one of the best things about the National Football.
I got over half a tank of fuel still, and this is going to be the last load of the pay period. Thinking long term with the fuel expenses versus having short term money available. And I do need to get shower credits and gallons. Make it to the customer without stopping for a 30, but I don't necessarily have to stop at court sites. I could stop at like maybe even Cariaco Summit or somewhere if there's even going to be a spot open there. I don't know, but yeah, I can run as long as I can. And I don't necessarily even have to stop at a truck stop. And that keeps the game on for you guys
Super Bowl champions
to
right
listen
now.
to, or maybe around halftime or something. I'd go back on my 30.
Ninth play of this drive, coming up 2nd down and 1. Handoff here, David Johnson, and David Johnson looking for the end zone. It's in.
How about this run? Turk Morton's going to come flying right in here, and David Johnson's going to see him and just jump right out of the way and then re-accelerate in the way that he did back in 16. I tell you what, there were a lot of people complaining mighty loud about the trade that brought David Johnson here, and so far, that's down to a murmur.
Good run that he had. Fairbarron to attempt the point after. And with 4:54 to go in the opening quarter on opening night, David Johnson to the end zone. 7-0 Texans.
Didn't the Chiefs start out like that? A lot of the games last year or two where they would get off to a slow start every game, and then usually, let's say after halftime, they figured out what all their mistakes were or whatever, and then they'd come back and win most of their games. Okay, W. I don't want to cut you off. Back get around and let it spread. Railroaded by the truck behind me. Got KW passing me, 2 more cars behind them, and then another Freightliner moving over to pass me now. And hopefully if they can get around me fast enough, I can get into the car that's behind the Freightliner.
Always fun. Good Morning Football is part of my routine.
They might be the team no one wants to play. I've never seen anything like it.
There behind this white car is starting to close pretty fast. I think I should be able to make it.
Did you know Geico is now offering an extra 15% credit on car and motorcycle policies?
That's great.
So what are you waiting for? John Stamos to knit you a scarf.
I'll finish change.
Buster is back. Whoa, and it is ferociously entertaining. It's
I'm looking for my client. I'm his accountant.
I'm so sorry.
Hey, man! We're here! You don't trust me here in Vegas, do you?
Well, I thought we had a breakthrough with the Volkswagen.
We did.
Yes.
We broke through.
That's the Volkswagen?
That's the cross board.
Wow.
Seatbelts. Just tell me where we're going.
Jules. Transplant. Tuesday on NBC.
Hey, Al. Hey, Chris. We have a great show tonight. Miley Hopefully Cyrus is up.
Why is it always Al and Chris? Why?
I'm down to less than, I got 6 left on my clock, but it's not even to the California. I can probably get all the way to Coachella before I really have to stop for a 30-minute break. And I probably will go into California before I stop. It's just where, I don't know. I was even thinking about Blythe, because there's that one truck there or park for even, even if only for 30 minutes. Rest area about the mile marker. That's the same guy who just passed me. This is that red Freightliner that just passed me, isn't it? I'm like 7 spots still open here in the rest area for trucks. Before they have to start using made-up spots.
To make the stop, to make it 4th down and inches. And the Chiefs, for the moment, are going to leave their offense back out there.
Yeah, I think this is the right call, too. And Cunningham.
4th and inches at the 35-yard line. Hill goes in motion. The ball is given to Sherman, the fullback, and he's able to angle his way for a first down out to the 36-yard line.
Probably the right call there by Andy Reid.
Especially when you've got that offense. And of all things, to give it to Sherman. The last guy you would think. Big toss. Kelsey, room to roam. Kelsey to midfield. Justin Reed is able to make the stop at the 49 of the tackle.
All the other right there is just going to...
Quit freaking buffering my damn stream.
Sit right behind his offensive lineman, take the screen, and go pick up first down.
Tight end and really fun. A ton. This pass is caught by Sammy Watkins. His first catch of the season to the 39. Close to a first down tackle there by Eric. Murray, one-time Raiders of Kansas City.
This is horrible.
You know, Sammy Watkins is just a tremendous...
Keeps cutting in and out. I'm kind of wondering if maybe it's the fact that I'm streaming as well. That's slowing it down. I mean,
player we saw have a breakout game in
because
the
I got
Super Bowl.
upload bandwidth and download bandwidth, and they're 2 different things. So, but you still gotta have the internal the CPU inside the phone to process all of it. It does have me wondering if
as well, and he went off the first game of the
the
season.
CPU can't keep up or something. That or I'm just in a weak cell area. Lonnie'sPitstop.com/RVs/RV. Prefer an audio only. This is my only option right now, at least from what I can tell, is I'll get a better look when I stop. Because I can't screwball around with the interface while I'm trying to drive. there, the Pilot, and what's that other? I forget the name of that place across the freeway from Pilot. It starts with an R also. I mean an R, but my brain farting on the name of it. Alright, we're gonna have persistent issues with that, so yeah, and I think that's the big problem too, is I don't want a video stream of the football game, I just want an audio so we can all listen to it. I see a JCT parked over there at Pilot, White Tinworth. See, I'll explore when I get on my 30-minute break. See if there's an option available, audio only kind of option when I'm in a position where I'm better able to kind of fiddle around with the app and find the right part of it or whatever, do whatever the right thing is to get it just play damn audio. What's up, Eric? Video part, and I don't want to have to keep the screen covered with my notification bar, so I can be legal. Because we're not supposed to have video within, at least, let's say like stuff I can watch, whatever, within view of the driver when the driver is driving. Radio thing is what I'm looking for. Alright, so Eric, you're going across 40, that's what I figured. You're going to Chino, I think, right? And you were just in South Carolina. But, okay, now, yeah, you were talking yesterday about taking 20 and 10 across, but okay, so that's what you're talking about. Yeah, so instead, you thought you were going to take 20 and 10, but I guess your route instruction actually says to go up to 40 instead. Who's this? Is that 3885 or 3895, something like that? We're a little bit too far away to read that third digit. Yeah, it said the shadow was being casted by their mirror. Kind of took away the contrast that I needed to figure out what the numbers were. Okay, so the baseball games, I have the MLB app, and actually, even I don't even have to do that. I can either manually pull up the app and then go to the audio part. There's a headset icon right there at the top of the app. All I have to do is tap in and then go to the Dodger game one and select which version I want to reason why they haven't moved over yet. Dipshit. Jackass. Yeah, Eric, I know very well where Chino's at. It's not that far away from the Inland Empire. It's actually really close to where the San Bernardino and LA County line is at. It depends on you, but just 15 and 57. It's the easiest way to describe where about in Southern Cal it's located. And you go down, you go south from Chino, you got Chino Hill, or actually east of Chino is Chino Hills. And then you go down toward the 91 freeway from Chino and you end up going toward like Yorba Linda and all that. Yeah, none of the first vehicles up front were not Fords. I was too busy having a giggity moment over the freaking shiny paint jobs on all of them. Eggs, the original superhero. Really? What kind of truck is this? It's got purple mud guards on it. That's not a Walmart private fleet. That's not in England, so what is this? Camilla and Sitlali? Tata Transport, Riverside. Oh yeah. Let me guess, you're gonna do your thing on the petrol in Ontario, your favorite place in California. That sun doesn't look so intense when you got kind of a thin layer of clouds in front of it. I don't know if you guys can see it. I can see it. It's still a pretty good distance above the horizon, and I can actually look right at it. It's not that intense because it's gonna get dimmed down some by the cloud cover. RG Cy Martin truck. Full of Walmart. Yeah, who has the account over there in Monroe? There's a Walmart DC that's near you. I forget what part of Georgia you're in, RG. Aren't you in the general, the greater Atlanta region? I think a lot of the food, the refrigerated stuff from Walmart comes out of the pretty much the entire Atlanta region, or I don't know, maybe all of Georgia for all I know. Comes out of Monroe. I don't remember which carrier has the contract there. I don't know if it's U.S. Express, Creed, or Swift, or somebody else. A little bit east of that, okay. You're a little bit east of Atlanta, or you're east of Monroe? Like going over toward Augusta or something? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where Martin would actually have a Walmart account that they run. Because a lot of the Walmart accounts, at least for refrigerated, are mostly handled by either Swift, U.S. Express, or Creed, I noticed. And then CR England has the one in Colton and the one in Casa Grande. They used to have the Cheyenne account, but then they lost it to, who is that?
look at the map to figure out what which route I actually took up there, but I remember it was I remember I cut up from what's that, I-75. I didn't want to take 285 up and around. So I remember I took some what's that, state or U.S. highways up there.
Hello. Okay. Well, here's where I get thrown off because I have a feeling the answer is Constitution. But okay, now let me ask this on the stream, see if others can help too. What? So, in a monarchy type government, which one of the following is not found? Is that what you said? Which would you find in a monarchy but not a democracy? Okay. Number one is Constitution. Okay, well, those two are obviously wrong because we have a democracy and we have political parties and we have a constitution. I just said an unelected head of state. What's the third? What's the third one? Yeah, you don't elect the head of state in a monarchy. It's a bloodline, royal family. Yeah, and I had to be careful in the wording on that to make sure I was understanding the question correctly too. Yes. Yeah. Those are some smashed up cars. That car up on top of that car hauler rolled over. So a semi ran into a bunch of cars in San Jose. This morning, okay, that was this morning or yesterday morning. Okay, so you can probably get someone to pull that up or locate an article or something about that. There was also a big accident on 395 today over by Dos Palmas. Yeah, I don't know what the deal was, but it was Central Coast. I think refrigerated trailer. I think hauling Gatorade. I'm guessing I couldn't tell which direction was which. I remember Hugo said it was, I think the side he was on or something. Well, he didn't really make it clear enough whether he was on the northbound side or if the vehicles were going north or. But the truck rolled over right at the intersection of Palmas and 395. and there was a Nissan Frontier with heavy front end damage over in the dirt, and they had to bring a helicopter in the air to life flight them to a hospital. And then there was also like a van or something that was right next to the trailer of the truck. So I got a little curious to know what happened there. I don't know if someone made a left in front of the truck or if the truck ran a red light or something else happened there, but waiting to, yeah, because Hugo posted it live in his group, and then yeah, I just haven't seen an article yet. See if you got any detail on it. Come on, pickup. Make up your mind. That was in Inglewood, you said? Yeah, which is right by LAX. North of Salt Lake City, I'm gonna scream. I've already had at least 3 or 4 people either send it to me or post it and tag me or whatever. Right? Come on, I've already seen it. Okay, aren't you working with Nathan on his homework? Okay, well, we can always deal with that later, I'm sure. All right. Okay, okay. I love you too, bye. Alright, coming down the grade toward side, Arizona now. Alright, RG, I'm living not too many places in Southern Cal, but I've been around. I'm originally from Colton. Born in San Bernardino, originally from Colton, and then I grew up in Barstow because my dad worked for the railroad, and when they opened up their classification yard up in Barstow, my dad got transferred up there, and I decided to move us up there instead of commuting. So I grew up there, and then we got in the Air Force. We ended up in Tucson in Italy, and then when I left active duty and went to reserve, I came back to California, but I lived in down in Riverside County pretty much my entire time when I was there, almost the entire time I was there. Spent a couple of years. Right around 2 years in Sun City or Menifee. Sun City is what it used to be known as, but it's now part of Menifee. And then I lived in a home in San Jacinto, California, which is also Riverside County, for over a decade. And about a year, or whatever it was, year or two. I lived in Highland, right next to San Bernardino. And by then I was getting ready to retire, and we didn't want my wife to, we didn't want Dora to have to commute 70 miles to work, so we moved back up to the desert. We didn't want to live in Barstow, so we ended up moving to Victorville instead. CTI, you passed me, or I passed you earlier, and I think you passed me up or something earlier. Must be getting off the freeway here. Yep, he is. He just turned his turn signal on. So yeah, you can say I've been around both San Bernardino and Riverside County pretty much my entire time. And of course I'm very well familiar with a whole bunch of Southern Cal because of just running around for fun or doing whatever else, or even trucking or whatever else. Beach. It wasn't bad going there. Yeah, maybe get a little bit crowded there though. God, Tim, I think, is that Huntington kind of like Santa Monica? Like you have a freaking sand. Usually, I think one of the reasons why we didn't tend to go there so much, we really took a liking to Torrey Pines. The distance from where you park your vehicle to the water is very short. But at the same time, because of that, it can get a little crowded more quickly there. But also in Torrey Pines, you also
considering stopping here to do my 30 and also to get fuel, but so I think I'll just go ahead and run right into California. I'm gonna skip getting fuel. Then I'll just top off my reefer tank when as soon as I get over to the Fontana area. Probably stop at the Flying J right over there, right by the Peterbilt dealer, and top off my reefer tank, and then just go right down to where my customer is and hang out and wait for delivery time. $2.34 a gallon. That's it's not a lot lower than the national average. 243, I think is what that 243, 244, something like that. I think that's where the national average is right now. A lot of spots open over there. I don't even see any trucks parked over there in the perimeter area. It's all just the pull-through spots. And then there are still some over there.
Tyson on the letterhead. Hey, okay, come on, go on through. Tyson on my bills. Well, okay, go ahead.
8 home runs, 20 RBIs. And a call strike to the left-handed hitting man Meter. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Christian Walker on deck with Calhoun in the cleanup spot. Eduardo Escobar at third base. David Peralta in left. In the bottom third, Nick Ahmed, Dalton Varsho, and Carson Kelly. 1 ball, 1 strike. Van Meter stands practically upright, open stance, swinging a ground ball to first. Out at second, on to first, throw is high. So Bellinger makes a nice play and throws to second base where Seager then threw high back to first. So it's a force out.
Well, the Dodgers throws in the infield. If you will look over really the last 5 or 6 games, a lot of throws have been, well, interesting.
Which is a nice way of saying inaccurate.
Yes.
So in that old baseball axiom, you can't assume the double play. You can't, and so as a result, 1 out, 1 on, and Christian Walker coming up, and he takes a fastball strike on the outside corner, 0-1.
Only from an official scoring standpoint can you not assume the double play. From a practical standpoint, you can.
There are a lot of coulda, woulda, shouldas. 0-1. Walker 6 home runs and a team leading 27 runs batted in. Righty delivers. Man. After the follow through on that pitch, just noticed May Gimpy on the follow.
I'm going to bypass this.
I think he's just trying to work himself into it. The question is going to be is that once he goes back into the dugout,
I got a bypass signal on the way station too,
but
so
does his
better.
foot begin to tighten up as this game progresses?
0-2.
Anyway.
Christian Walker. 1 out, 1 on, scoreless in the bottom of the first. Base set. Here's the pitch. It's low and outside, blocked very nicely by Austin Barnes. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Barnes behind the plate. Muncy at third. Seager at short. Mookie Betts at second base. Cody Bellinger at first. A.J. Pollock in left. Chris Taylor in center, and Kike Hernandez in right. The Dodgers. When you've got a 4.5 game lead and a magic number and an even dozen, gives Roberts the luxury of tinkering some. Throw over to first base.
Tinkering, yeah, it's more like completely overhauling where people are playing.
Walker wearing high tops and showing them off.
Cody Bellinger is normally in center field, but I have seen him play first base a lot. But he usually comes in to play first later on, like in a later part of the game when they put like TK Hernandez or somebody else in.
Now delivers. Swinging a ground ball. It was short right. And picked up by Mookie Betts. He trips and falls. It'll be an infield hit. He wasn't going to be able to throw him out anyway. It was slowly hit and sprinted over. And even if he makes a clean play, Walker would have had a hit anyway.
Yeah, an exaggerated pull. In fact, for Mookie Betts, he was only about 6 feet to the right side of being dead straightaway center field. So by the time he fielded the ball, he was closer to first base than second. He was not going to have any play at all.
So Betts, making his first start since 2014 with the Red Sox at second base. Cole Calhoun coming up. Calhoun just a 204 with 9 home runs and 22 runs batted in. D-backs with a threat here in the bottom of the first. Base set, delivers. Calhoun takes a 99-mile-an-hour fastball for a strike. And it's 0-1.
Betts did play second base almost 2 years ago. August 3rd, a little over 2 years ago. August 3rd, 2018. That was coming in for right field. He played second base for a batter or 2 or 3. And then returned to right field.
He came up originally as an infielder. May on 0-1 to the left-handed hitting Calhoun. There is a strike and change-up, and it's 0-2. becomes a very interesting case study for Roberts and the Dodgers as we look ahead to the postseason. On 0-2, they set. Here's the pitch. It's high and away, 100-mile-an-hour fastball, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Justin Turner's going to be back soon. And then if you could add another bat into the lineup, get Kike Hernandez, great night last night. He's hitting right now 231. Looks right around 200. May on 1-2, and Calhoun with a fly ball into left center field. That's well hit. On its way, it's going to be tracked down on the warning track by A.J. Pollock. And nearly at first base, Walker doubled up. Nobody thought he could get to it. It was a terrific catch by Pollock.
Pollock knows his outfield primarily as a center fielder when he was with the Arizona Diamondbacks, but very familiar with the dimensions. He made that play look relatively easy. 100-mile-an-hour fastball right down the middle of the knees. But a terrific catch. Pollock, about a 45-degree angle going back to his left. And they almost doubled up the runner at first base. And Walker go where Walker was going because the guy at second, Van Meter, was not tagging to go the opposite way either.
So there's now 2 out. Eduardo Escobar coming up. Escobar at 211. Getting out of the jam here. Escobar fouls it off. And it's 0-1.
Again, Charlie, Dustin Bates referred to a moment ago. He threw that pitch and then kind of took a little hobble step right after he delivered.
Again, we can think about Herb's score. Adjustments he made after coming back from a terrific comeback. About a Gil McDougal in 57. The 0-1 as it was. This is 0-2. Of course, as we mentioned, Bueller now on the injury list. Things happen over the course of a season, even a 60-game season. May on 0-2 to Eduardo Escobar, 118 RBIs last year. He swings in a fly ball to center field. Chris Taylor's there. He'll make the catch. That'll end the inning. No runs, 2 hits. No score after 1.
This is LA Dodger baseball.
You know, it just doesn't sound like summer without a coat. Now that's a good start. Maybe some sprinklers. Let's keep it cool. All right now, batter up. Ooh, how about a summer blockbuster? That's what I'm talking about. Enjoy summer. Enjoy Coca-Cola.
The game was just the warm-up. The real ball game starts the next day. BioFreeze's fast-acting formula provides powerful pain relief for sore muscles, backaches, and joints. Official external pain reliever of the Los Angeles Dodgers. BioFreeze. Cool the pain. Available at Walmart.
It's game time. Time to grab an ice-cold, crisp Modelo Especial. Brewed with a fighting spirit and made with the highest quality ingredients for a taste that's pure gold. Make sure to try a Modelo Michelada today. Please drink responsibly.
Hannah the Arco Dashboard Hula Girl here to optimize your fuel economy. Don't worry, it's just a little engine knock. Normal. Who's a good engine?
Arco, quality top-tier gas for less. Savings based on independent retail price survey. See arco.com for details. Learn more at toptiergas.com.
Back to more LA Dodgers baseball.
And now, here's Rick Monday and Charlie Steiner inside the Mercedes-Benz broadcast booth.
The best or nothing.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification of the Dodgers radio.
AM 560. 1270 KLAC, 98.7 KYSR, HD2. Los Angeles. Available anywhere using the iHeartRadio app.
Charlie Steinrich, Monday, Dwayne McDonald. We are in smoky LA. The Dodgers and Diamondbacks are in Phoenix, scoreless. In the top half of the second, Chris Taylor, the hitter, swings and misses at the first two pitches. Taylor at 257, 3 home runs, and he's knocked in 18. Bumgarner threw 19 pitches in the first. Lefty delivers. Swinging a foul back to the screen. Your favorite Dodger Stadium eats are available to you at home. From Dodger dogs to garlic fries and nacho helmets. Get a taste of the ballpark experience delivered on demand. Search for Dodgers home plates on Postmates. Order your stadium favorites for tonight's game right now. 0-2 to Taylor. Bellinger's on deck. As Bumgarner throws one in the dirt, it's 1-2.
By the way, just as an agitation update, when Bumgarner struck out Muncy at the end of the first inning, Bumgarner just stared at him for a while. Of course, he stared at him all the way around the bases in San Francisco, and Muncy hit the home run last year off of him as well.
Mentioned the ocean. Bumgarner delivers low, 2-2.
The pool's out in right center field, serves up there.
It was only the bay, it wasn't the ocean, but it was still a good line. The 2-2. Taylor takes a call, strike 3, outside corner of the knee. Doug Eddings calling balls and strikes tonight. It's the first out of the second, and the second strikeout for Bumgarner.
A new addition, the umpiring crew as well at first base. Southern California, Nestor Saja. Out of John Kennedy High School in Granada Hills.
There you go. Off to the bigs. Bumgarner delivers a strike to Cody Bellinger, and it's 0-1.
Of course, I have to complete that as well. He also went to Arizona State. Major in life sciences.
There you go. Here's the 0-1. Bellinger swings and fouls it off. It's 0-2.
Saw something was interesting about umpires as well. And he's one of the 10 rookies that's been called up with this professional umpire, I think since 2012 or 2013. But he went through the Major League Baseball umpiring school at Jackie Robinson Training Complex. Well, that's formerly known as Dodgertown, where it's 4 to 5 weeks.
0-2. Bellinger fouls it off.
That's 4 or 5 weeks to see if you might be offered a job and qualified to go to the advanced training. Here's what I also learned, and I'm not realizing this, but it's been a few years, but Baseball America did a study on player draft picks and umpires. 17.2% of the players drafted make it to the big leagues. What about umpires? How many make it to the big leagues? 3%.
The 0-2, a line drive base hit into center field. That was about the nicest swing Bellinger put on a ball in about a week.
He had an upper body swing last night, but I found that you talked about how. But if you think of all the umpires around in baseball, minor league baseball, all kinds of different leagues, only 3% of the umpires, up until about 5 years ago, actually made it finally to the major leagues.
Here's Kike Hernandez, who has owned Bumgarner in his career. He's 25 for 50. A 500 career average against Bumgarner. Takes high and inside, 1 ball, no strikes. On the year, Hernandez, 4 home runs and 15 runs batted in. Last night, he was 2 for 5 and a home run. A 1-0. Is a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike to Kike Hernandez. 1 out, 1 on. Bellinger's at first base with the single.
He says, "Hey, wait a minute, I must have very low knees." All appeared to be down.
Hernandez yesterday, of course, was Roberto Clemente Day throughout Major League Baseball. Jersey number 21 in his honor. And on the very first at bat, he hit a home run. 2 balls and a strike. Will Smith on deck. Padres 4-1 in the 4th inning at home against the Giants. Dodgers 4.5 in front of San Diego. Bumgarner is 33rd in there. Big lefty delivers. Swing and a miss. There's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Someone who did not miss many meals in San Francisco. Pablo Sandoval was let go by the Giants tonight.
The 2-2 Hernandez swinging a fly ball to right. Drifting back is Cole Calhoun. Make an easy catch if there's 2 out. Boy, he had a great run.
Yes, he did. Of course, it was only about 10 days ago, maybe 2 weeks, 10 days, 2 weeks ago, that San Francisco also
we've got teams that are, the Giants are hoping to get in through the bathroom window for the postseason. San Diego, or rather Arizona, has no chance. As Bumgarner delivers a fastball at 89 for a strike to Will Smith. All out of balls inside. 1 ball, no strike. So while the Dodgers are preparing for next month, Diamondbacks and Giants are basically preparing for next year. And a ground ball base hit into left field. A 2-out single for Will Smith. Dodgers have first and second with Austin Barnes coming up.
You know, we look at a lot of catchers that have on their arm a little flip-up device where they can see signs and the signs and what the codes are and they're going to be doing. And watching the Arizona dugout, one of their coaches, I don't know, bench coach or whoever, has one of those as well. So he's looking at that. He's relaying it to Kelly. Kelly then looks at his interpretation on his arm, and then he finally gives the signs.
Austin Barnes 2 on and 2 out. Takes a curve for a strike, and it's on 1. Happy birthday to Randy Johnson. He's now 57. Damn. Well, he had a great run in Arizona, he and Schilling. And the 0-1, Barnes swings and he fouls it off. It's 0-2. Arkin 6-11. That's when he was first making noise. Said it was 6-10. One of those Sunday night conversations last night. Were you just a tall baseball player, or were you a basketball player who decided to opt in for baseball? As Barnes takes inside, I was always just a tall baseball player.
I like the car that he drove to the ballpark. It had flames painted on it. And it showed a baseball receiving the flames.
And he was a great photographer, Randy Johnson. Bumgarner 1 and 2, and Barnes takes inside and kicks off the glove of Carson Kelly not far enough for the runners to advance. Bellinger leading from second, Will Smith from first, 2 out. In the top half of the second. Bumgarner already his 41st pitch. Making a foul.
Dodgers have experience too with younger catchers and Kershaw's on the mound. Sprains, pitchers, about every accolade attributed for good reasons. And the same thing with Bumgarner. You've got Carson Kelly. He's got one
by David Peralta, and the inning is over. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left. No score from Phoenix as we go to the bottom of the second.
The exclusive home of the Dodgers.
AM 570 LA Sports.
Well, friends, it's September and things sure are heating up, and I'm not referring to the weather. I'm talking about the hottest lineup of Mercedes-Benz SUVs. Not long ago, they brought you the first ever GLB, and now they're introducing the all-new 2021 GLA. This second-generation SUV offers more room to ride, more room to shop, and a whole lot more. Test drive the GLA at your Mercedes-Benz dealers of Southern California today.
Blue is honest. Blue is strong. Blue doesn't divide. Blue embraces. Blue doesn't give up. Blue is courageous. Blue is the color of the sky we're all reaching for. Blue Shield is opportunity. Blue Shield is choice. Blue Shield is tomorrow. Blue Shield is healthcare coverage that covers more people. Blue Shield of California Promise Health Plan is proud to offer Medi-Cal. When it's time to choose Blue Shield Promise.
At Emirates, we're proud that our promise is to provide a better flying experience to our customers. But today, fly better doesn't just mean showers and bars above the clouds, as well as wonderful in-flight service. As routes slowly open up and our fleet takes to the sky again, our number one priority is the safety of both our customers and staff, and to make sure that every precaution is taken when we fly you back to your loved ones or onto your well-deserved vacation. For more information, visit Emirates.com/where we fly. Fly Emirates. Fly better.
This is LA Dodgers baseball.
And now, here's Rick Monday and Charlie Steiner inside the Mercedes-Benz broadcast booth.
This day is the first time in history there's been a baseball game, a women's basketball game, an NBA game, an NFL game, an NHL game, and an MLS game. So you got 6 sports, all with at least one game going on tonight. And now,
We're going to mount there.
in May, still not right. Dave Roberts has come out. Jim Rep, the head trainer for the Dodgers, is coming out. And played umpire Doug Eddings. He took a comeback off the foot. Bat of Josh Van Meter in the first inning. And he was able to finish the first, and we were probably the fact that his follow-through, he didn't look at Roberts. And he's going to
that first, the bottom of the first inning, and he was walking with a limp. And limp that noticeably going down the steps to the dugout. Neil Reb, as you mentioned, was on the mound. Reb, the head trainer, is normally inside. And when he comes out into the dugout to check on the players, because the other trainers are having a great concern about the health of a player at that particular moment. The Dodgers are not willing at all to take a chance on Dustin May. We brought up 2 instances, and I'm sure there have been more too, is that when you get injured in the leg or the foot, where you alter your delivery, you put different stresses and strains on your body.
So Victor Gonzalez is the emergency fireman. Hole and
Put more demand on the bullpen now.
as much time as he needs.
They've already been seeing a lot of action.
Dodgers have head scratching to do. Dustin May having to leave the game after 1 inning, having taken a comebacker in the first inning off his foot. We're going to take a break and we'll be
Hey LA County, it's been a long road, but baseball is back and so is summer. While you're enjoying a cold beverage watching the Dodgers, remember to recycle your empty beverage containers. Recycling puts cash back in your pocket, and it's great for the environment. Every year, more than 24 billion CRV-eligible beverage containers are sold in California, and nearly a quarter of them end up in landfills, where they can take more than 100 years to break down. Be a part of the solution, recycle. To find a recycling center near you, visit calrecycle.ca.gov or cleanla.com. Brought to you by Los Angeles County.
30 years ago, Joey Herrick didn't trust what was available, so he made his own natural pet food, and it became a best-selling brand that people trusted and loved. Now, Joey's created a miracle for his rescue dog, Lucy, that's filled with 42 essential nutrients in every single type. Lucy pet foods are great for sensitive stomachs, skin, joint, and heart health, and they're made using only the finest ingredients and a lot of love. Your dog deserves it, and it's available on Amazon, Chewy, Independent Pet Stores, and LucyPetFoods.com.
When it comes to looking out for your business, Airline brings the best, like a professionally monitored video verification system, proven to catch crooks and prevent false alarms. It's one more way we keep our eyes on what you prize, because if your security's not the best, you're not secure. Go to bailr.com and let their team of security experts get you protected today. Now, more than ever, Bail-Arm, ACO28CCL 880138.
Desert Center, 16 miles out. Indio, 65. May decide to do my 30 at Triaco Summit.
Out. Victor Gonzalez has been pressed into service. And for Gonzalez, this is his 9th appearance. He's gone 13 innings, 2 runs, 6 hits, an ERA of 138, 14 strikeouts, 2 walks. He has been terrific. He has bottom half of the playoff picture. And so the Dodgers now have to start saying, all right, well, we've got Buehler and this nickel finger. Now you got a foot issue with May. How bad that is, who knows, but he's now out. So suddenly there are a couple of questions here. And Gonzalez, who has been uniformly terrific in his first season with the big club, is now called upon to go about as far as he can do.
It's going to be another evening of the bullpen. I mentioned at the outset, David Betsy and I were talking about it as well. But I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, starting pitching. The last 9 games, Dodger starters, they've averaged just 4 2/3 innings. And out of necessity, because of the injury tonight, the bullpen is going to be pressed into more action in this ball game tonight. It's not an interesting thing this day in baseball. We talk about longevity of players and how long they can play. This day, 1963. Stan Musial hit a home run. Okay, a lot of home runs. What made this one unique? He was the first grandfather in baseball history to hit a home run. His grandson had been born the day before. Musial hit this home run at the age of 42.
And the man.
And grandpa. This was also the date, unfortunately, we lost him just a few days ago. We brought him this date, 1974. Broke Maury Will's 12-year-old single-season stolen base record with his 100 Betts had the ball plenty of time. Bellinger went a long way to try and field it. It was under his glove, but Betts had the ball, but there was nobody to throw to in time to get the runner.
If you're just joining us, Mookie Betts starting at second base tonight. We'll likely see a little bit more of it the next couple of weeks. As the Dodgers look to size up their options as they head into the postseason. Nick Ahmed coming up, right-handed hitting shortstop. At 2:45, Gonzalez delivers. Making a foul off to the left, and it's 0-1.
It's a very wise choice of Dave Roberts and the Dodgers to look at Mookie Betts, and it was Mookie that went to Roberts. We noticed two homestands ago, and I look down and I see Mookie Betts taking ground balls. He's always taking ground balls. I think it's better for outfielders. Take some ground balls. It'll help improve your hands, but he was out taking ground balls early with 3 different coaches at any one time, every day.
Dodgers have the shift on the left side of the infield, putting Betts on the third base side of second. Ahmed takes the ball in the dirt, and it's 1-1.
Just taking ground balls at second base. They were moving him all over the place. Right now, for example, with the shift to the left side, Betts is maybe 15 feet to the left field side of second base. Had him in the shallow right field on a shift with a right-handed batter. All over the place, making the double play.
1 ball, 1 strike. All the leads from first. A fastball striking the knees. It's 1-2 to Nick Ahmed.
It's a second pitch tonight. The third innings is called down low. 1 for each side. Marshall not say anything other than the fact that you have to notice this as a
Desert Center 8 miles out.
And you label umpires. You see the low ball umpire, high ball umpire, inside, outside. Well, tonight Eddie's has shown he's going to call the low pitch.
Umpires have tendencies, like pitchers, to pitch in the dirt, and it kicks to the right of Barnes. Now going to second base is Peralta. A bad throw, then allows him to go to third base.
Oh, come on.
What were we saying about challenging throws of recent days? The Dodgers have not played what you would call, well, Dave Roberts uses the word clean games. The Dodgers have not played good games. In spite of that, they've taken each of the first 2 games in this series. Not one of the better efforts by Austin Barnes. That ball, breaking ball in the dirt, but he did not let the ball come to him and block it. He tried to reach out and backhand the ball directly in front of him. And then the off-balance throw, for some reason, the second base had no chance at all to get the runner.
Looks like Peralta got something in his eye. Tending to his eye with a Q-tip the way a medical guy would tend to a fighter between rounds.
Well, pitch, then error, and now a runner at third, and nobody out. Dave Roberts in the first base visiting dugout, writing down some notes. He's had a lot of notes to write down over the last 7 or 8 games.
Dodgers are winning, but artistically they've been struggling. 2-2 to Ahmed. He strikes out swinging. Fastball tipped into the glove of Barnes, and that's the first out of the second. Much needed strikeout. Well, today's the day to save big and drive home a bold new Camry. Check out the great deals at buyatoyota.com or hurry into your Toyota dealer today. They make it easy. Dalton Varsho at 143. He hits in 56 at-bats. As Gonzalez delivers low and inside, 1 ball and no strikes.
Varsho has the ring finger on his right hand over the knob of the bat. The little finger of the right hand, his left-handed batter, below the knob of the bat.
Infield is in. The left-handed hitting Varsho. Baseball inside and high. 2 balls and no strikes. very interesting test for young Mr. Gonzalez. He's in a jam. He's a third of the way through. He was late hovering on a play at first base. Wild pitch and an error. Runner at third. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Point being if he can get out of this inning. That's a big deal on a lot of levels, up to and including his confidence. Two balls and 2 strikes, 1 out. Carson Kelly, the catcher, is on deck. Gonzalez on 2-2. Here's the pitch. Line drive into the glove of Seager. He was perfectly positioned, and now there's 2 out. So he's 2/3 of the way through the mess, and Carson Kelly coming up. Kelly at 181 with a couple of home runs, 9 runs batted in. And Brian at the Diamondbacks are up 27 Yankees. Team batting average is 228. 12th in the league. And the first pitch is a fly ball into short right field. Coming in, Kike Hernandez. Mission accomplished for Victor Gonzalez. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error, 1 left, no scores.
That's exactly what I was looking for, a pop-up or something.
AM 570 LA Sports.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if the dim headlight issue we were talking about before, it may be the fact that I don't exactly have the kind of bulbs in there that are supposed to be in there. The reason for that is because truck stops never seem to carry the type that I need. So I use a derivative of it. I think, what's the bulb number? 4137 or something like that, or 4173 or something like that. And what I actually have in there is 11 whatevers. Or, yeah, it's something like that. I'm wondering if if I can't find them at truck stops, whatever, I'll have to either go to the dealer for it or order them online. And I have to do that and swap them out and see if that helps.
Seager goes the other way, his 12th home run of the year. And the Dodgers take a 1-0 lead.
Yay! Seager's really been going the opposite way and showing some power on top of it. So this trip around the diamond is presented by Daniel's Jewelers. Stop by and say home run and get a free baseball bracelet. Daniel's Jewelers, they've been making diamond dreams come true since 1948.
So Seager, his 12th home run of the season. The Dodgers, they're 84th. That is the most in baseball. And now a fly ball in the left field off the bat of A.J. Pollock, who just went back-to-back. The Dodgers continue to flex their muscles. Pollock with the home run, his 9th of the year.
They're solo homers, though.
7. The Dodgers lead 2-0.
Back-to-back sweet sounds of Matt making solid contact with the baseball. And with this trip around the diamond again, is presented by our good friends Daniel's Jewelers. Stop by and say home run, you'll get a free baseball bracelet. Daniel's Jewelers, they're making diamond dreams come true since 1948.
See, that might tend to get Madison Bumgarner a bit quick.
Yeah, and it's Max Muncy that hit.
First pitch, let's see a big rip fouls it off.
Oh, they're moving the lineup around, too.
Bumgarner, that's 11 home runs he has served up.
In 23 innings.
Yeah. This is only his 6th start.
By the looks of it, he's going to be around. This is already his 49th pitch. The 0-1 once he takes low and outside. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. So Alex Wood warming up like he's going to come in and pitch a few innings. Out of necessity. Dodgers 2-7. 1 out, nobody on in the 3rd. Muncy trying to check the swing of a slider. He went around. And it's 1-2. Pollock home run traveled 402. Seager's a meager 370. Away there. Good for a run, and the Dodgers lead 2-0. As Bumgarner misses low and outside, it's 2-2. Chris Taylor's on deck. Muncy struck out in his first at bat. 2-2 from Bumgarner. His Taylor's at first, and now Bellinger is single to center in his first at-bat. Takes high, 1 ball, no strike.
You know, I have to tell you, Charles, coming to the stadium today, I was telling Dwayne McDonald, is that I know that the window is closed now for you to get your own cutout. They were still putting some up today, finishing up and putting it back in their proper seats. So,
You know, when we were kids, we tried to go from lousy seats to good seats late in the games when fans left. The usher would...
Well, they did the same thing with the cutouts. They were sort of trying to come down to really lower sections, so they put them back up a little bit.
Garner throwing over the first to keep Taylor close.
And I think some of the cutouts, I think they laid down last night to take a nap. So the club goes back into town.
While nobody was looking.
Yes.
1 ball, no strike. Bumgarner to Bellinger, lefty to lefty. Bellinger takes a strike out of the inside corner. It's 1-1. Kike Hernandez on deck. Dodgers with back-to-back home runs here in the third. Seager and Pollock lead it 2-0. Bumgarner on 1-1. Big lefty delivers. A foul back. And it's 1-2 to Cody Bellinger.
The official score may be a cardboard cutout tonight.
It's 36 miles out from the truck stop for Michelle. He said I'll probably stop at Triaco Summit.
Consulting with some of the fans.
Provided there's somewhere there's room for me to park there.
Bumgarner to Bellinger on 1-2. Here it comes. There's a fly ball to center field. Plenty of room. Dalton Varsho makes the catch. The inning is in fact over. 2 runs, 2 hits, back-to-back home runs for Seager and Pollock at 2.5. It's the Dodgers 2, Arizona nothing.
This is LA Dodger baseball.
Let's talk about winning for a second. With sports, there's that fist-pumping feeling when your team gets the W. With SoFi, winning is about creating a game plan to achieve your financial goals. Winning is having an all-in-one solution when you have to save, spend, earn, borrow, or invest. And yes, winning with SoFi.
Carvana truck, yeah. Another Carvana. Lots of car hauler traffic coming into Cali.
No balls and 2 strikes now to the left-handed hitting Van Meter making his Diamondback debut tonight. He swings and one into that. Down Hernandez. Rojas is held at third. Standing at second base with the line double is Josh Van Meter. Arizona's got second and third and nobody out.
The slider that didn't do much. Barnes was set up on the outside corner. That's where the target was. That's what it was called for, but this was a slider on the inside part of the plate. It just hung around a little bit too long in that hitting zone.
Hernandez did a great job of hustling toward the right field corner. Time to look out. Dodgers won it by 21. Last season, tied division winner and National League East. 86 Mets won their division by 21.5. Back to the day brought to you by AFPM. AFPM, too much good stuff. But one thing the Dodgers have going for them is that they are off on Friday. Walker fouls it off to the right. 1 ball, 1 strike. Second and third, nobody out. Bottom half of the third inning.
Arizona's not going to win. This is already. And we're at the bottom of the third. This is their 6th different at-bat with a runner in scoring position already in this game.
Well, they didn't do terribly well last night. 1 for 13 with runners in scoring position. And in the series, 4 for 23. Gonsolin going to work. Dodgers lead it 2-0. And now Wood steps off the rubber, fakes and throws to second. Nobody's going.
Alright, Triaco Summit coming up here. So there's parking available. The side of the lot closest to the freeway is technically reserved only for, I think, UPS to do their trailer swaps. So not technically supposed to park over there. Hopefully there'll be spots open on the opposite side of the lot where OTR trucks park. If not, I can always head down the hill to the truck stops or even the casino in Coachella.
Calhoun on deck. Now the 2-2.
Here's Steve. Yeah, look like there's room there. I think I saw some space over in the back area there.
It was depending upon the type of pitcher. Breaking ball pitcher, fastball pitcher.
The 2-2. Walker taking low, all 3.
And of course I could probably park over here. Yeah, if it comes down to it.
Issues in his first inning out of the bullpen. An error and a double, second and third, nobody out. Christian Walker awaits. He swings and drills it into the left field corner. 1 run is in and 2 runs are in.
Oh,
A double by Christian Walker.
Tie game again.
Arizona's full all even with the Dodgers at 2-2.
Alice was ahead of the count there. Van
striking and going to third base is Walker. Finally, the first out of the third.
Now, Alex Wood is not fooling any hitters.
Dylan Floro is now warming up alongside Gonzo. There's some urgency in that Dodger dugout, and that's certainly in the bullpen as well. Eduardo Escobar fly to center in his first at-bat. There's Wood. This is going outside. 1 ball, no strikes to Escobar. Gonsolin is ready, and it looks like Floro and a pitch or two will be as well. Escobar fouls it back. It's 1-1.
Come up over here near this Western Express stop.
Shift on the left side of the infield for Escobar. Now that's for Tom Escobar to the switch hitter. Batting from the right side. Coming off a great year last year, but this season has been a struggle for him. Doing 209. 1 ball, 1 strike. He swings a fly ball in the short left center field. In comes Pollock to make the catch. Falling off Betts, and there's 2 out. That's a big out for Wood. Let's pause here 10 seconds for station identification of the Dodgers Radio Network.
AM 570 KLAC, 98.7 KYSR, HD2, Los Angeles. Available anywhere using the iHeartRadio app.
Charlie Stonerick Monday. 25th Donald, we're in Los Angeles. The Dodgers are in Arizona. We're tied at 2. Lead run 90 feet away as David Peralta steps in and takes the baseball high and inside. It's 1 ball. An error and a pair of doubles has evened the score. And Walker leading off third base. 1-0 is Peralta's.
Alright guys, I'm here.
Up and away, 1-1.
Patriotic Summit, California, just here for a 30-minute break. Just after 8 p.m. Yeah, so it looks like it probably will be sometime between 10 and 10:30, I'd say, tonight when I get to Fontana. So, yeah, I'll be offline for at least 30. It seems a little quiet, not much going on here, so yeah, not to mention it being dark, I'm not sure I'll stream this last couple hours, or hour and a half, whatever it ends up being, couple hours. I might wait till tomorrow when there's sunlight again to stream again. Like I say, I don't know if it's just the fact that it's dark. Maybe the football game's on. Maybe there's not enough interest in the Dodger game or something from you guys or whatever. So 210 eastbound is shut down. Oh, alright. Okay, well, like I say, I'm going to end this stream. May or may not stream the second half here, or the final leg, which is, let's say, I don't know, maybe 100 miles, something like that. So, we'll see. There's at least 7 on right now. It's just, it's in San okay. Yeah, I won't be using the 210 anyway, but I'll take a look at what's going on there in a minute. Car-to-car shooting. Damn. That's not good. Alright. Like I said, I'm going to go offline. I may or may not be back on in about 30 minutes or so. Let's say it's kind of quiet right now. Yeah, I know maybe people are focused on ball games and stuff like that, or a different kind of ball game than what I'm listening to. So, we'll see how it goes. And I'll, maybe see you guys in a little bit. About 30 minutes or so. All right? So, thanks for watching.